Come on in, everybody. We're going to take it slow and steady. You got that?
All day I rush around, but I'm still on the ground, on the ground. I'll soon be fluttering if I can find my wings, find my wings. Impatiently, I want to fly today.
Don't we all?
But I hear a gentle voice inside me say that slow and steady steps will be my pace. Slow and steady steps will win this race.
Glad you're here.
It will take some time, but the victory will be mine. Slow and steady, I'm gonna learn to fly. I'm starting to believe I only race with me. Only me. I can't
Come on in. I know a lot of people are out having family fun. It's okay. They'll catch it on the replay.
It's for myself. Since my best is all I have, it is enough. I can see a ray of hope. I've got to trust that slow and steady.
Okay. Come on in, everybody. I know there's not many people here, but that's okay because you're here. Let's just enjoy some time together. We got stories to tell and things to discuss about menu planning. But first, let's start out with chapter 31 in the Passion Translation of the of Psalms. How great is your goodness! For the pure and shining one, a song of poetic praise by King David. I trust you, Lord, to be my hiding place. Don't let me down. Don't let my enemies bring me to shame. Come and rescue me, for you are the only God who always does what is right. You know, my granny always said, if you do what's right, God will take care of you. Rescue me. King David didn't say that. I said that. My granny wasn't a wise woman. Rescue me quickly when I cry out to you. At the sound of my prayer, may your ear be turned to me. Be my strong shelter and hiding place on high. Pull me into victory and breakthrough, for you are my high fortress where I'm kept safe. You are to me a stronghold of salvation. When you deliver me out of this peril, it will bring glory to your name. As you guide me forth, I'll be kept safe from the hidden snares of the enemy. The secret traps that lie before me for let me go back a second. As you guide me forth, I'll keep you safe from the hidden snares of the enemy. The secret traps that lie before me, for you have become my rock of strength. Into your hands I now entrust my spirit. O Lord, the God of faithfulness. You have rescued and redeemed me. I despise these deceptive illusions, all this pretense and nonsense, for I worship only you. In mercy, you have been my troubles, and you have cared for me. Even during the crisis in my soul, I will be radiant with joy, filled with praise for your love and mercy. You have kept me from being conquered by my enemy. You broke open the way to bring me to freedom, into beautiful into a beautiful broad place. Oh Lord, help me again. Keep showing me such mercy, for I am in anguish, always in tears, and I am torn with weeping. I'm becoming old because of grief. My health is broken. I'm exhausted. My life is spent with sorrow, my years with sighing and sadness. Because of all of these troubles, I have no more strength. My inner being is so weak and frail. My enemies say, "You are nothing." Even my friends and neighbors hold me in contempt. They dread seeing me. They look the other way when I pass by. I am totally forgotten, buried away like a dead man, discarded with a broken dish, discarded like a broken dish in the trash. I overheard their whisper threats and the slander of my enemies. I'm terrified as they plot and scheme to take my life. I can't see. I'm having trouble. Probably because I teared up a while ago. I'm desperate, Lord. I throw myself upon you, for you alone are my God. My life, my every moment, my destiny, it's all in your hands. So I know you will deliver me from those who persecute me relentlessly. Smile on me, your servant. Let your undying love and glorious grace save me from all this gloom. As I call upon you, let my shame and disgrace be replaced by your favor once again. But let shame and disgrace fall upon the wicked, those going to their own doom, drifting down in silence to the dust of death. At last their lying lips will be muted in their graves, for they are arrogant, filled with contempt and conceit as they speak against the godly. Lord, how wonderful are you! You have stored up so many good things for us, like a treasure chest heaped up with spilling over with blessings, all for those who honor and worship you. Everybody knows that you can do what you can do for those who turn and hide themselves in you. So hide all your beloved ones in the sheltered secret place before your face. Overshadow them with your glory presence. Keep them from the accusations and brutal insults of evil men. Tuck them safely away in the tabernacle where you dwell. The name of the Lord is blessed and lifted high, for his marvelous miracle of mercy protected me when I was overwhelmed by my enemies. I spoke hastily when I said, "The Lord has deserted me." For the truth, you did hear my prayer and you came to rescue me. Listen to me, all you godly ones. Love the Lord with passion. The Lord protects and preserves all those who are loyal to him, but he pays back in full all those who reject him in their pride. So cheer up, take courage, all you who love him. Wait for him to break through for you, all who trust in him. And that was the 31st chapter of Psalms. Now, I told you we were going to talk about some menu planning and preparation, being prepared. Many years ago, some of you probably aren't even old enough to remember the the problem when we went from 1999 to 2000. They called it the Y2K. They had, everybody was preparing for the computers not to work, and computers weren't, they were young items, and we got prepared. Well, I got prepared too. I went to a restaurant supply place over in Hendersonville, and I had a long list of things to buy, and I bought them. And then I came home and I made some bags to put them in, and I put most things in the freezer. I had a big chest type freezer that my friend gave me who moved here. I've mentioned her before. Her nickname was Mad Cow because her initials were MAD, and Robert nicknamed her Mad Cow when we would get an email from her. And she gave me this freezer when she moved to the mountains, and it was a good freezer. It was a big freezer. But I put everything in this freezer, and especially the beans. I got red beans and black beans and pinto beans and rice, and I bagged it all up and I put it all in the freezer. Not that you have to do that with dried stuff, but I wanted to kill off anything that was in there. Well, I didn't put the oats in there, and I got a case of oatmeal. I like oatmeal. If you're hungry, you'll eat oatmeal. I like oatmeal cookies. I like to make apple crisp that uses oatmeal. I mean, with dried apples and oatmeal and some brown sugar, you can do just about anything. And so I had this case of Quaker oats. I mean, it was like 12 canisters, the big ones, that I put on a shelf. They were still in the box. I mean, in the box they came in. They'd never been opened. But all of a sudden, I started noticing that there were these little bitty worms, I mean, larvae, climbing up my bathroom wall. And I'm trying to figure out what in the world, where did these things come from? And Robert called me one day. He said, "Come downstairs and look at this." And there was this nest of spider webs over the shelf that had the oats in it. Come to find out, we had a whole ecosystem going. In the oats were some little bitty midges, little moths type things, and they would fly up and get caught in the spider webs, and the spiders would eat them. But the larvae could eat their way out of the little boxes and out of the box it was in, and they would climb up the wall into my bathroom. So it was funny, and this stuff comes in everything. I don't know why I didn't put the oats in the freezer too when I got them to kill off anything that was in there, because the freezer gets down to 0 and it's left in there at a certain length of time, it'll kill off anything that's in there. Well, I didn't do that. Needless to say, we had to throw all the oats out because they were all contaminated. If you've ever opened a box of oats and you've seen little webs inside, it's because of these little larvae that come in the oats. I guess we're getting a little bit of protein with them. Anyway, so that's what I was talking about this morning when I told you I was going to tell a story about the spiders. The spiders created their own ecosystem, and they were catching the critters. They were coming out of the oatmeal boxes. So be careful what you store. You need to put it into um, heavy duty containers. I got a bunch of, at that time, I went to the hardware store and got some lard cans. There were like 5-gallon lard cans. Now you can get 5-gallon buckets now, they're plastic. But I got 5-gallon lard cans, and I put a lot of stuff in those 5-gallon lard cans. This time I have purchased flour and I can make tortillas, I can make pasta, I can make biscuits, I can make rolls, I can make all kinds of things. And I'm ready. I'm ready for anything. I'm ready for being stuck at home for 3 weeks without electricity if we run out of generator power. I'm ready. And I've seen it happen in an ice storm where my grandmother was without electricity for 3 weeks. I was so blessed that my cousin could take her to his house and he took care of her. He took care of her. Somebody says I look just like Kathy Bates. Thank you very much. But I'm not Kathy Bates. No, she can play me in my movie. Anyway, um, first time I ever heard that was Justin and I went to a movie called Misery, and I walked out the theater, and somebody said, "You look just like Kathy Bates." My hair's long, and it's driving me nuts. Anyway, so I wanted to talk about menu planning and being prepared and taking care of things. Yesterday, I watched The Patriot Nurse, and she went to the dollar store to get things. Robert's been gathering up all our little old first aid kits that we have around and getting rid of the things that are expired, and we're good to go. We are good to go. We I even have some stuff that can, if you get cut real bad, you put it on the cut and and you pull it together. It makes sutures. So that would be the only problem we would have is if we had a bad cut, stopping the bleeding. And Robert's outside chopping wood and doing stuff like that all the time. So we have a message, I think it's going out tomorrow, but it's all about some tips, some money saving tips for menu planning. And when Justin was little, I went shopping every 2 weeks. I had to go 30 miles out of town to go to a big grocery store. And so one of my main rules was to always have a grocery list and to stick to it. If you just make a grocery list and then you go up and down the aisles buying the same old all the time, that's not good. Never go to the grocery store hungry. Do you hear me? Eat before you go grocery shopping. Eat before you go grocery shopping. It's going to change everything. Do not shop when you're in a hurry. You need to stick to your list and make changes if you need to, if they're out of stuff. But the main thing here is don't get in a hurry. Take your time. Sometimes you may need to go to the grocery store while everybody's gone to bed. Your husband's there at home with the kids. You run to the grocery store at night. It's not as many people there, and you can get a lot of stuff done. Fewer people in the store. And take your time putting away groceries. Always clean out your refrigerator before you go to the grocery store. That way you have a place to put your fresh veggies instead of just cramming them in willy-nilly. Let's see what else. Um, Another thing I like to buy in bulk. You buy chicken pieces, but you don't cook all those chicken pieces at one time. Now, I've been subscribed to Moink Box, um, and they send me a box of meat every 3 weeks. And so I have a good supply of meat that has been vacuum sealed and will keep a while in your freezer. So I also have a vacuum sealer that I can seal up my own meats and things, and it works well. But a Ziploc bag will work too. All you got to do is just get the air out. You just got to get the air out as much. If you have to squeeze it out on a flat surface, it's great. You can do it. And there are YouTube videos on how to vacuum seal things with a sink full of water. I believe it. I've seen it. So look up YouTube. I like freezer paper too. You can buy a roll of freezer paper at the grocery store and you can wrap things in freezer paper. And I love freezer bags, Ziploc bags. It's a brand name, not a type. Um, and masking tape for the freezer. If you're going to use if you're going to use freezer paper, you've got to learn how to fold things in, wrap things over, and roll it around it to keep the freezer from getting to it. And you need a Sharpie for all of it. You need to have a Sharpie so that you can write what's in the package and a date on the package. So going to the grocery store with a purpose. Now, I've also taught you how to brown hamburger meat. Just take your hamburger meat, put it in the crock pot with a little water, and you can throw 2 or 3 onions in with it and stir it every 15 minutes. And in 3 hours, you've got cooked hamburger meat and onions that you can put 2 cups in a Ziploc bag and have pre-cooked hamburger meat for your meals. Now, some of the people I watch on YouTube, they they can their hamburger meat. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I could if I had to, if I didn't have electricity to put it in the freezer, I might do that. But I'm good with. I've got a freezer and it keeps food at a solid 0 degrees. Lisa's in the process of menu planning for my mom. Making her freezer meals is one of her Christmas gifts. How beautiful. You know what I gave for Christmas last year? I gave meat boxes. I gave people food for Christmas. Doesn't get any better than that. I gave my sister, I think it started out at Butcher Box, but I gave her a subscription. So there are some good clutter-free gifts out there. And use your calendar to plan these meals. Yeah, I got a video on how to cook the hamburger meat in the crock pot. I've done it. I do it all the time. Patty says I gave her toilet paper. Yep. She gets a supply of toilet paper every month and she's stocked up. No, we're not hoarding. We're just staying prepared. And she's able to help her family too. If they can't find it, she's got it. So good clutter-free gifts are a powerful tool to get through this winter and all kinds of things like this. Anyway, folks, be prepared. Don't wait. Don't wait. We never know when we're going to get a storm, when we're going to get an ice storm. I mean, there was some snow this week in, I think, Wyoming and Montana. I've seen my first snow here on October 13th. But don't hoard and don't spend like a crazy person. Just a few extra things each week will get you a supply and you can be prepared to feed your family. I have alternative ways of cooking. I have a grill that I can put in my fireplace and I can cook on an open fire because I've done it lots of times. I have a wood stove in the basement that we just got installed I can put a pot of beans on there and let it cook all day. I have a grill in Robert's treehouse that's on propane that I can cook in. Now, when our power is out, I do not have an electric stove. Our microwave can heat some things up, but my stove is not on our power, and I don't have gas for a stove. I do have an electric skillet in the basement that I could plug in to where we cook our make our coffee, and I could cook in that electric skillet. I've made roast, I've made all kinds of things, cooked whole breakfasts in the skillet, and it works. I'm stocked up on laundry detergent, but our washer is not on our grid for our generator. I would have to plug it into a different place. I'd have to use an extension cord, and I got plenty of extension cords. I got enough extension cords to get all the way down my driveway to my my well. So folks, there's no sense in just sticking your head in the sand and not thinking anything's going to happen, because one day something will happen. It will. And you're going to want to be prepared. And being prepared gives you peace like you wouldn't believe it gives you peace. So quit procrastinating and do what you can. I've used Moink and ButcherBox. I have had problems with ButcherBox. I'll be honest. I have had problems with them. And they upset me so bad that I canceled 3 subscriptions to them 2 months ago. Yeah, I did this thing. Somebody's asking a question about angeled eggs. She did her angeled eggs for the first time. All the yellows had a dark color around the outside. What did I do wrong? Well, it's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Your oven may be just a tad bit hotter than my oven, and I don't put my eggs in there in a hot oven. I don't preheat my oven. So you may have preheated your oven. I just turned my oven on at whatever temperature I've said it is, and because I can't remember, I'd have to look up the recipe or the video of it. And you got to cool them off real quick. So I drop them in ice cold water to stop them from cooking. So they keep cooking once you get them out of the oven. You got it? So cool them off quick and you'll be fine. I've never tried Omaha, but Moink is a bunch of farmers got together and started their own business from farm to table, and I like that. I really like that. And they vacuum seal their meat, and it comes with dry ice, and it's a good deal. It's a good deal. And over the last year, I have gotten stocked up on food for my freezer. Anyway, y'all take care of yourself. Be kind. I love the idea of making freezer meals for your mom. That's just wonderful. You can get a bunch of bento boxes. I thought I had one here handy. I don't know where it went to. The Roomba must have run off with it. But you can get these boxes. Maybe you can on Amazon, and you can make your own freezer meals. Or you can bag things up in Ziploc bags for them and put them all in one bag. And then she can heat everything up, put it on a plate, and be ready to go. So think about giving clutter-free gifts. Clutter-free gifts are the best. I love it. I absolutely love it. Justin and Kathy and Jack and we are all going together and getting a couple of locally produced steers for our freezer. And I think we're gonna get a freezer for the office and put everything. We got a generator at the office too. We're gonna put the meat in the freezer. So, folks, be prepared. Support your local farmers. They work hard. And if you have somebody that produces chickens around you and you get fresh eggs from them, save your egg cartons for them and tip them well, because Fresh eggs are amazing. I mean, my neighbor gave us some a couple of weeks ago, and we absolutely loved them. They didn't last long. Anyway, folks, y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Good to yourself, kind to others, and let the joy that's in your heart show the world that you're a child of God. Tomorrow is Renew Your Spirit Day, so sit down and get into the Word and pray. In fact, that's what we should do right now. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for everything you do for us. Thank you for giving us a brain and common sense. Thank you for giving us strength to get through rainy times and stormy times. Thank you for giving us faith in you and faith in ourselves. Thank you for all of these things, Lord. Thank you for all the blessings that you give our family. Keep us strong. Thank you for the food in our pantries and the clothes in our closets. Let us bless others with our abundance and keep singing your praises, Lord. Thank you for sending your Son to die for our sins on the cross so that we could one day spend an eternity with you in heaven. All these things we ask in your Son's holy name. Amen. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget about our sale. Save 31. This is 31%. Ends on Monday. Carpet sweepers, feather dusters, calendars, anything that's not already deeply discounted, you can save 31% on. Get it now while you can. Let's do it. I'll see you later. Bye. Okay, folks, here we go. We got some laughing to do today. We're gonna have some fun.
Swish and swipe.
Get on in here.
I'm swishing, I'm swiping, but you won't hear me griping, cause I'm busting my house today. I really dig it, I got it. It only takes a minute to keep my house looking this way. And you should see me move when I'm getting in the groove with a can-do attitude, or I fly so high when I'm switching and swiping. No, you won't hear me griping, cause I'm blessing my house today.
Get on in here.
That's right.
I've made it a habit. There's nothing hard about it.
Just 15 minutes a day.
I'm cleaning and flinging and do my quick routines, and I'll soon be able to play.
And you should see me smile when I'm sprucing up this time. It only takes a little while and I'm done.
And it's fun
when I'm swishing and swiping. No, you won't hear me griping, cause I'm blessing my house today. Here we go now. Swish and swipe. Round and round I scrub, just once around this tub, and things are looking up when I fly so high when I'm swishing and swiping. No, you won't hear me griping, cause I'm blessing my house today. That's right. I'm blessing my house today.
Timing is everything. Get on in here. We are going to have a little fun today. Today's plan and play day. Yeah, let's do it. My camera's not quite right. Let's do a little planning, but then let's have a little fun. So let's get our menus planned for next week and the rest of this week if you haven't done this week. So let's think about it. It's Tuesday. Is it Taco Tuesday? Is it tomorrow's, clean out the refrigerator day? Let's see. Thursday, soup and sandwich day. Friday, pizza. Saturday, let's do some burgers on the grill. Yeah, it's still pretty out, even though we've got a little rainy mess today from the hurricane that hit Florida, that's coming back to Florida, wherever. I've just given up on hurricanes this season. Anyway, let's have some fun today. Now, I'm waiting for our holiday mission to come through on my iPad, and it has not done it yet. So I will have to wait for the end of the show for that one, because it'll come in while I'm talking. But what I want to discuss right now is how our routines save us. They save us from being, in such a hurry all the time. They keep things done so we can have some fun. Now, anytime we get in a hurry, we take a chance on messing things up. We're not good under pressure. Even though you think you are not good under stress. Stress makes us sick. And when we learn to control the stress levels around us, we're going to be much better off in the long run, because we're not going to be sick at all. I mean, that adrenaline we live on a steady diet of adrenaline when we are living in chaos. Yeah, and we have got to stop this nasty habit. No, somebody's asking me if I'm Muslim. No, I'm Christian. I got crosses on the wall, y'all. Okay, folks, so here we go. We got to take our time. Now, many years ago, Liz, who is handles all of our Facebook page, Liz's mother-in-law, she was my assistant, and we used to laugh so much. It's just not even funny. But before we get started with this, everybody needs to go potty. You got it? Everybody needs to go empty their bladders. This is important. Yep, and you get a hanky by you. Get you a hanky. Get you a pink rag. Because this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Now, we have a whole section on our website called the Thanksgiving She Shouldn'ts. Yeah, Thanksgiving She Shouldn'ts. And when y'all sent them in and Michelle put them together for our webpage, she was laughing so hard. It was just hilarious. I almost died. She was laughing so hard. And she likes mascara. I don't do mascara, so I can cry at will with tears and things don't run down my face. But she had mascara running down her face as she was reading them and compiling them. And so here's the warning. Go potty right now, because we're going to read a page or two of them. And you're going to say, oh, I've been there, done that. Been there, done that. So let's go. Here we go. Flybabies shouldn't wait until the last minute to bake Thanksgiving pies to take to dinner. When taking them outside to cool faster, they will undoubtedly fall from the baking tray upside down on the deck. That's when you got to run by the store and get another pie. Okay. We shouldn't go to the grocery store without first checking that there is actually a blank check in the checkbook. This was before we had debit cards, y'all. So you can see how old these are, but they're still great. Make sure you got your debit card with you when you go to the store. We shouldn't preheat ovens because we forget that we've stashed the mail in there, a hidden birthday cake, or pizza box. It's not fun to see flames coming out of your oven door. That's dangerous too. Y'all don't know how many of those we got. We shouldn't bake cookies without a timer. Blackened cookies are not a Cajun delicacy. Y'all, this is so funny. Okay, here we go. She's shouldn't shouldn't have a turkey tradition which has become a family joke for years. That has to do with the turkey. After Thanksgiving, I would cut and pull and yank most of the remaining turkey off the bones, and then I would put the carcass in a big soup pot with seasonings and boil it gently to make turkey soup. After boiling, I would put the hot pot of soup out on the deck to cool, and it would cool until spring. That's right. I never actually got around to finishing the soup. Tradition has gone on for years and years. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do it. Leanne suggests putting the turkey carcass in a bag and putting it in your freezer. And then when you're ready to make something with it, then do it. Now, I like to cook my turkey the day before Thanksgiving and get it all laid out in a baking pan with some broth in it, and then heat it up. And the day before, I start cooking my turkey carcass, and I make my gravy with it. So that's imperative that you use it to make your gravy. I love it. I love it that way. Don't have guilt over a turkey carcass. We shouldn't ever second guess the wisdom of her parents when they offer to stay at a hotel for their visit. In fact, we shouldn't get down on her knees and be thankful to the Lord above that she has such wise parents. We should not feel it necessary to be Martha Stewart and to have a beautifully decorated guest room for said parents. We should not rearrange 5 children to be sharing rooms and bathrooms to make room for children's loving grandparents. We shouldn't realize that this situation would make the children irritable, tired, and grumpy for the duration of Grandma and Grandpa's visit, which will be long and burdensome. With irritable children, Grandma and Grandpa 24/7. She should absolutely understand that parents were in the same situation many years ago and understand the complexity of family. We should appreciate that Grandma and Grandpa arrive and leave at a respectable time. That's a good one. We shouldn't we should spray the oven with oven cleaner the night before the big day and let it set and let it wipe off the next morning. Because we forget to wipe the oven, we will proceed to put the turkey and side dishes in rolls and pans in the oven by the time the fumes stink up the house and remind her that she forgot to wipe the oven. Oven cleaner and dirt have to be dripped all over the food, making it inedible. And we end up making bacon and eggs and pancakes. Okay, folks, that's a good one. We should never leave the kitchen when the water is running into a stoppered sink. Although I might get new carpet out of this one. I've done it, y'all. That's one of my rules now. Never walk out of the kitchen with water running. Ever. I blame Justin. He called, and I picked up the phone and walked out of the kitchen. But I did get a clean floor, and I got my sink cleaned out from underneath, and everything was fine. But it could have ruined my wood floors. We should not skip doing our before bed routine in which we have to take important meds or she might find that she has another baby on the way. Oh my. You got to do your routines, y'all. You got to do them. We shouldn't leave the kitchen with eggs on boiling. I was making some hard-boiled eggs, and my method calls for putting the eggs in cold water and bringing to a boil for 1 minute, then turning off the heat and covering the pan and letting it sit for 15 minutes. I put the eggs in the water, turned it on, and then left for another room for some reason, and I cannot remember now. Needless to say, I got sidetracked and did not get back to the kitchen until there was a burning smell and a popping sound. Ugh. The eggs had boiled dry and exploded all over my kitchen. I kept finding pieces of eggshell and rubber eggs for days, even though I thought I thoroughly cleaned it up. Oh, the pan I had to be thrown out. Lesson learned. That's why I put mine in the oven. Yeah, I call them angeled eggs. Angeled eggs, and they do great. There's a recipe on my website. We should never go to the store, any store, without a detailed shopping list. Otherwise, we will come home without whatever we meant to get in the first place, and with all kinds of stuff we don't need. We've all been there. Maybe we have assumed her DH had enough sense to plug the overflow hole on the bathroom sink before he took the toilet plunger to the sluggish drain, unless she really wanted to scrub black gooey gunk off the ceiling. Oh my, yuck. We shouldn't put fireplace ashes in a cardboard box. My daughter-in-law did that and put it down on the back deck and like to call her. Well, she did catch her deck on fire. We shouldn't preheat the oven before baking, before looking inside, only to find 20 minutes later when opening up the door that whatever I was cooking found a half-melted plastic sippy cup dripping off the rack, which I had hidden from my son and had forgotten. Let's see. To melt plastic in your oven, you've got your oven way too hot. The extent of me cooking in the oven is about 350 degrees. I don't get much higher than that. I don't even like to broil in my oven. We shouldn't leave the outside grill on to burn off the left behind turkey gunk, lest she go out the next time and realize she has burned off a whole bottle of propane. Okay, this is a good one. We shouldn't use pledge on wood floors. That's going to be slick as owl grease. Don't do that. We shouldn't let a turkey thaw in the sink and go to work, leaving her naughty cat to gnaw at the turkey all day. Oh my goodness. We shouldn't worry about spending money for a coffee table or dining table centerpiece. Let the children gather leaves and seed pods outside and make a basket full. Make pine cone turkeys with their hands cut out. With their hands cut out of colored paper, baskets of fruit, easy things the kids or you can do that don't cost money. Almost everyone has a basket or two lying around. Fruits and nuts can become a welcome addition to your holiday meal. Well, that's not something you shouldn't do. She shouldn't ever do any of the following. Cook the turkey not only in a plastic bag containing giblets in the bird. She shouldn't cook the yucky plastic paper towel thing that is underneath the bird. Oh my goodness. Cook the turkey and then go to carve it and realize that half the plastic it came with is melted now into the bottom of the bird. Oh my. Check the temp of the bird with an instant read plastic top thermometer and leave it in the turkey for the additional hour only to pull it out a giant black hunk of melted plastic. She should never leave a bulb type plastic baster in the same pan she is roasting the turkey in. After breathing a giant sigh of relief that her guests won't see the mess, serve the turkey and discover in front of 20 guests while it's being carved that not only the baster ended up roasting, but a large spoon used to stuff the turkey gets left inside the bird as well. Oh my. Finally, perhaps the biggest, is to offer guests from another country that has never seen a turkey, who, without knowing, has consumed a large quantity of expensive wine purchased for the occasion, the honor of carving the turkey, and have said guest happily agree and carve the bird in the kitchen while she's busy getting everything else on the table and not paying attention to what said guest is doing. If she does this, not only will the other 40 guests not have a drop of festive wine, but when said guest proudly brings out the carved bird, she will look on it as a complete horror, listening to a collective gasp from the other desk. The bird arrives in chunks, bits, and pieces, having been completely and thoroughly carved by said guest. By deboning the whole bird, no knife used, just fingers, and not served on a platter, but a giant plastic storage bowl complete with bones as well. Oh my goodness, that's why I cooked my turkey the day before. She shouldn't decide to store an extra package of rolls in the oven, then preheat the oven for the turkey without checking to see if the oven is empty. Melted plastic messes. We shouldn't use self-cleaning oven this week. Apparently, it puts a lot of extra stress on the oven and may cause it to burn out. None of us want to be hunting down a repairman on Thanksgiving Day. Ain't that the truth? She should always dust the ceiling fan before she turns it on high speed while serving the holiday dinner. That's when the embarrassment started. And for the last page, and for those traveling this year, she shouldn't put a traveling mug or anything else on the roof of the car ever. There's a cute commercial out now. I don't know. It's for State Farm or something, but people are driving with stuff on the top of their car, and it's just hilarious. She shouldn't ever drive off from any location without double checking that everyone is securely seated in their seatbelts, even if she didn't remember getting in the car with anyone in the first place. And the number one, she should never ever text and drive. Be safe this entire holiday season. So folks, a little planning now. This is Plan and Play Day. A little planning now is going to make your life so much easier. I don't like to clean my oven, but I clean it 2 or 3 weeks before Thanksgiving so that the smell has time to get out of the house. And your oven's pretty and clean. In fact, I probably need to do it today. But making these plans and not being in a hurry, making sure your kitchen is clean before you get started, making sure you have a sink full of hot soapy water to do the things that you need to do when you're cooking. Folks, Thanksgiving doesn't have to be a disaster. It really doesn't. And let go of your perfectionism. Please let go of your perfectionism. So I don't know why I haven't gotten my. Let me look one more time. Trying to see if it has come in yet. Well, I don't have it in front of me. I'll give it to you at 3 o'clock what the holiday mission is. But it's plan and play day. So get out your holiday control journal. I don't have it right in front of me. Get out your holiday control journal and just start going through it. Placing some orders if you need to, getting some stuff done. It's going to be fine. We're going to take our baby steps and we're going to get it done, and we're going to laugh all the way to the bank because our planning is going to save us money. So are you ready? Keep in mind, we've got some great sales going on. Our Big Mop Pack Plus, it's $39.90. It's going to be great to help you get your floors ready. Our Ultimate Pack is $100 off. You get 11 items, and it's $111. And tomorrow is 11/11. So what a great day to buy that. Or get it today, a day early. Let's see, what else? All of our rags, our purple rags, our pink rags, our silver rags are all on sale. So y'all, let's have some fun. Let's get some planning done today. And let's enjoy the process. When you're not in a hurry, you can have fun. I like to put on an audiobook, an Audible book, and just like Christmas jars or some of the Angel books, the Mitford series. There's some great books that you can listen to, and they're fun. They're a lot of fun to get in the kitchen and cook and clean and just do some fun stuff without being stressed out. This morning, I know a lot of you may be sad, a lot of you may be happy, but either way, put on some gospel music. I've been listening to Selah all morning, and it just puts you in the best mood ever. We can flip the switch on our moods. It's real simple. We just have to set the tone for the day. Put on some good music and flip the switch so that you will not be sad. Get out your holiday control journal. It's free. It's downloadable on our website. Get it. It's in our holiday missions. Let me look one more time. Looking one more time. I don't know. I'm not getting my emails now for some reason. So check out our morning music. It's all about holiday gift giving ideas and clutter-free gifts. The best clutter-free gift you can give is our calendar. And we have it in 2 sizes. Another good clutter-free gift is our tea. Our tea is amazing. So get these things ordered. Get them now. Order you a calendar so you're not writing on the wall come January. Get your calendar ordered now. And please share our videos. I love you all. And I will see you at 3 o'clock for tea. Be here and bring your tea. And the feather duster is $12 off too. Anyway, all you got's today. Enjoy it. Use it. Have fun. Laugh. Be creative with your holiday control journal. You can do it. I'll see y'all later. How y'all doing today? I'm trying to quit saying whatever I say to start with. What you up to? Anyway, I think I'm live. Yeah, there's some viewers, my sister. Okay, let's get some people in here. Where's everybody from? Let's post it so I can say, I remember Romper Room when people would when the doobies would come on. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Most of you don't remember Romper Room, but it would say, I see Janie, I see Cheryl, and she would look through the looking glass, and there's Pam and Carrie and Kristen from Connecticut. Wow. Everywhere. There's Judy from Spring City and Crystal from Arkansas and Cheryl. Wow. I like seeing where everybody's from. Betty, Julie from Louisiana. Wow, we got people everywhere. Y'all, I missed my haircut last week, so please forgive the shaggy mess because I forgot to put it on my calendar and I missed my appointment, and I can only go so long. So I'm 10 days out from getting a haircut. Well, it's really 8 days, but tomorrow will be 9, and it's looking kind of rough. Hey, Conda, she's my neighbor. We just have lots of things going on. It's just one of those days. I'm telling you, we've been having fun, and let me see what I got here. We have 2 big deals going on right now. Well, one's not a deal, but this is the deal. The water bottle for $10.95. And, it is a great bargain at this price point. I'm telling you, if you haven't bought them for Christmas presents, they are the thing to purchase. And this is, we got an email this morning wanted to know what happened to our old water bottle. Well, our old water bottle was wonderful. I still have one. I use all the time. But this one holds a little bit more, and it's not so big in our hands. And we got some different lids. We can accessorize with the different lids. We have a sip top lid. This is for coffee, because you don't want to suck. Let me go right over here. I got the other one. And then we have the sip top. So we got a flip top and a sip top. And these are $5. We dropped the price on those too. But this was $18.95, and then it was $14.95, and now it's $10.95. And if you don't get them now for Christmas presents, you're not going to find a $10 gift anywhere. And for those of you who were a little upset that our coupon code went away last night, I got some news for you. I just called Michael up and I said, we got Thanksgiving next week. I think we need to put up another coupon code. He said, Marla, you're doing a coupon code all the time. I said, I know, but it makes me feel better. It's kind of like my gift to you. We put in a new coupon code. And this is easy to remember because we got Turkey Day next week. So it's Turkey 15. 15% discount on this. So you do 15% discount on this along with, let me do the math on that. Hold on a second. I got my handy dandy calculator. If it's charged. It's not charged. Wait. 10.95 times 0.85 equal. It works out, you can't see it because it's backwards, $9.30. And then you can get the type of lid that you want for it extra. That's $5. But that's a discount on that too. So you got a deal here. Take advantage of it since I put that new coupon code back in place. And we also have rubber swishes. Buy one, get one free. Isn't that a cool deal? Buy one, get one free. So, Liz, unpin. Yeah, I unpinned FlyLady.net from the top because I can't see the little. When it's pinned, it just stays there, and I can't see who's posting except one at a time. Anyway. So I had a doctor's appointment yesterday, and I have a true confession to tell you. The true confession is, yesterday was the first day I left my house in what's today's date? Today the 15th or the 16th? 15th. First day I left my house in 2 weeks. Because I've been cooking every day, and Robert's been going to the grocery store for me. So when I have the groceries in the house, I can cook. I have cooked every night, and he's just beside himself. And I told my doctor that yesterday. And I'd lost another pound from the last time I was there. I'm sort of stabilized right now. But she said, well, what about your goals for this next year? I said, it's not next year yet. We'll talk about those in January. So I put her off till January. And I'll go back the day before my birthday on January the 10th. My birthday's on the 11th. So I'll go back, and that'll be my 6-month mark with doing the things that I've been doing. And I'm feeling pretty good about the way things are going. There's my baby sister, Dina. Hey, Dina, love you, girl. Hey, you got to check out what she's been up to. And maybe she'll put a link in. But she has been losing weight too, like crazy, and she has this great new tool to lose weight with, and it's called Thrive. It's got a patch, and evidently I didn't like the adhesive on the patch. But she and her husband are doing amazing things with that. So check out Thrive. Maybe she'll put a link in. Anyway, so back to what's going on the website. We posted a couple of weeks ago that feather dusters were back on the website. Well, they're on the website, but there was a little problem with customs, so they're coming. They've been shipped, but we haven't got them yet. So if you're missing your order, it's because they got held up at customs. And they're put together in Ottawa, Canada, and they just go across the border. But they'll be here before we know it. They'll be here probably Monday or Tuesday of next week, and we're excited about getting them in and getting them shipped out. So here they are. This is the most luxurious feather duster ever. This reminds me of my original. In fact, I have the original over there. I should go grab it so you can see it. But yeah, I love this thing. It makes me happy. Now, we almost sold out of the mop heads last week. I think we only have like a couple of hundred left of the extra large mop heads. So, I'm not going to talk about products anymore. Get your water bottles and get your calendars while you're there, because it'll be Christmas before we know it, and you're going to be busy, and you're not going to have time to order things. And you just have to get things done while you can. The do it now principle kicks in, and it makes your life so much easier when you just do it now. And it's a wonderful feeling to know that it's already done. We're getting ready for Thanksgiving around here. Michelle's been here the last couple of days, helping me to detail clean. I got this new cleaner thing by Bissell that really does a great job of detail cleaning the floors. You know, it's okay to do a little quick mop and that sort of thing. Sometimes you just need to detail clean, and that's what we're kind of doing. She's been doing like one floor a day, and with this machine. She loves Happy Machines, and it makes a lot of noise, and I'm not crazy about it, so I go hide. But she loves this machine. I think she wants to take it home with her, and I might let her because I don't like it. Anyway, we're getting ready for Thanksgiving, and I contacted my sister-in-law, and I think it's just going to be the four of us. So I don't know about making a whole, plans can change. Yes, the thing was for wood floors, plans can change, and Robert's birthday is Sunday. So we might end up having like a birthday dinner for him, because it's just going to be my sister-in-law and her husband and me and Robert. And maybe Michelle and Brian, but I don't know that yet. And I can do the same old thing because I got that in the house. I got everything in the house. We bought the turkey 3 weeks ago because last year we waited to the last minute to buy the turkey, and we had to get a 24-pound turkey. Well, this girl doesn't like to touch a 24-pound turkey. Yeah. But we got a 14-pounder this year. And I know what I can do. I can bag things up and I can put it in the freezer. I can make some turkey soup out of it. You know, I'm excited because I gotta get the turkey in the freezer, from the freezer, to thaw out on Saturday. It takes 3 days to thaw my turkey. So if I get it out on Saturday, I got all day Sunday, all day Monday, and Tuesday for it to thaw. And Wednesday, I'm going to cook it. I'm going to cook my turkey on Wednesday. I don't need to do the Currier and Ives presentation of the big bird on the table. You know, what's going to happen? You walk from the kitchen to the dining table and you drop it? Nope. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cook it, and I use, Menu Mailer. This is an amazing tool. Menu Mailer. If you haven't, and Leanne's here. Leanne, have you got a link for your Menu Mailer for this year? If you do, put it in the chat if you've got a link, because I know I sent it to you. We reviewed it last week and got it ready to go for another year. Now, if she doesn't have a link set up, all you got to do is send me an email with turkey in the subject line, and I'll automatically send it to you. I don't know what she's saying. Yes, hold on. She's going to get the link. But this is all about turkeys. I'm telling you, we're just going to talk turkey here. And turkey is, doing the turkey early makes me calm, because I don't have the noise of the convection oven going while I'm trying to get the meal on the table. I don't have, there she goes. She's got it up there. Y'all use this turkey recipe. It's the best recipe in the whole wide world. And it's going to shock you, and you're not going to want to do what it says to do, but you do everything right by the directions. And I probably have the directions right here, but nope, I don't. Yeah, I do. Let me find where I don't have it right in front of me, but I remember a lot of it. You put an apple, an onion, some celery in the cavity of the turkey. Yes, you got to stuff it in the turkey. And then you rub it down with butter. And then you take the bird and you put it on a roasting pan, and you put a cup of water. I put a little more than a cup of water in the bottom of the roasting pan because I don't want it. I love the apple part. It gives it just a touch of sweet. But you got an apple, you got an onion, you got celery, and you put all this in the turkey. And then you put it on the roasting rack with the water has to be in the bottom of the roasting pan or it won't work. It'll just get black and greasy and nasty, and it won't make good gravy. So you got to have the water in the bottom of the roasting pan. It's the most important part of the whole thing. And the second most important part, there's 3 important parts to this turkey. You put your oven on 500 degrees. It's not a misprint. Not a misprint. And you cook it that way for an hour. You don't tin it. You don't do anything. Now, here's the third most important thing. After that hour, you turn the temperature down, and the directions say what to turn it to. I think it's 325, but I'm not for certain. But Leanne, help me here. You're right there. At 325 until you cook it as long as you need to. Now your directions on the turkey, it tells you on the turkey itself, if it's a 14-pound turkey, how many hours you have to cook it for that size. Then, now here is the third most important thing. Third most important thing. Do not, under any circumstances, open your oven door. Do you hear me? You leave the door shut. Because what happens when you open the oven door, you let all the moisture out. And you want the moisture in that oven to sort of soak into the bird. And it is going to be the most luscious bird you've ever put in your mouth. It is no basting, no nothing. You put it in the oven and you leave it. You do not touch it. And then you get it out of the oven and you let it sit for a little while before you carve it. So you got to time everything just right if you're going to do it the day of Thanksgiving. So if your bird's got to cook for 3 hours or 4 hours or however long, you got to back that time up, and Leanne has a timeline all laid out for you. So put that timeline to good use. I like to get most everything done, and then it's just a heating up process. And then the turkey is amazing. I mean, absolutely. And I don't even like turkey, and I like this turkey. You got to try it. It is so wonderful. You just have to try it, because what happens with that 500 degrees for an hour is that it seals the bird. And you put butter all over it. You got to, if you've never cooked a turkey and you're scared to cook a turkey, follow her recipe step by step. You don't cover it. All you do is cover it in butter and stick it in the oven. And you're just going to be blown away by how beautiful this turkey is and how wonderful it tastes. And then I like to take it off the bone. And we always laugh about turkey carcasses. Leanne and I have a running joke about who can fix the turkey, cook the turkey carcass as fast as I can. If you don't have time to do it on Thanksgiving Day, then bag it up and put it in the freezer and do it the next week. But Leanne and I have gotten into this bone broth soup. It's a wonderful afternoon snack, especially when you're trying to get some vitamins and minerals in your body. And if you cook a turkey, I even use chicken bones, wing bones and stuff, and make broth out of them. Just utilize all the pieces of everything. I did a ham last week, and I took that ham, I had put the ham bone in the freezer, and I put the ham bone in the crock pot, and it was the most beautiful broth you have ever seen. And I reduced it down by half and then put it in ice cube trays and made bouillon cubes, frozen cubes, and put them in a bag in my freezer. And then all I got to do is pull out 3 or 4 of them if I make a pot of beans. So let's utilize everything we have in our kitchens to make our own broths, to make our own seasonings. I mean, I even read this week where you could roast a bunch of garlic in your dehydrator and powder it with your coffee bean thing and make your own garlic powder. Wow, that just sounded wonderful to me. I don't have some extra garlic laying around, but I might do that if I grow garlic next year. Y'all have got to download the recipe. Just don't listen to me. Go to the link Leanne posted and get that recipe. And if you can't get it from there, send me an email with turkey in the subject line. just turkey, that's all. And I'll send you the whole menu mailer. It comes in like, it's long. It might not go through the servers, but either way, you got to get this and try it. Now, a roasting pan. Leanne's helping answer these questions. It is, you can pin that one to the top, Liz. Pin that one to the top so everybody can see it. With this turkey, I like to take it all off the bone and slice it up like you're getting ready to present it. And then I wrap it up and I put it in a 13 by 9 pan, and I wrap it up with some aluminum foil and put it in the refrigerator. And then the next day, I've made my turkey broth all night long. I'll take a cup of that broth and put it in the bottom of the pan. And I put a little roasting rack in that pan so that the turkey isn't lying in the broth. And I still got the aluminum foil over it, and I put it in the oven and heat it up. And it sort of steams it. And it just makes a wonderful, wonderful meal. You got turkey legs, and I don't usually put the wings in there, but I put the wings in the bone broth. And the turkey is browned so wonderfully. This broth gets just rich colored. And you can do, noodles in it. You can make turkey noodle soup. There's just so many things you can do with that broth. I like to reduce it down and put it into cubes so that I just have to add cubes to things that need a little more broth. So what else am I cooking? This weekend, I've already cooked a pumpkin. Robert got this cute little pumpkin, and I told him I was going to use it for decoration, but it was a pie pumpkin. And I'm going to make me some pumpkin pies. I want a regular kind of pumpkin pies. I'm going to make them this weekend. I'm going to do mashed potatoes this weekend. Yes, I do heart attack mashed potatoes. And they are wonderful. I like white potatoes for my mashed potatoes. And then I have a ricer, and it's a squeeze thing that I cook my potatoes whole with the skins on to keep the vitamins and minerals in the potato. And then they peel real easy at that point. You let them cool a little bit and then peel them. And then I put them in the ricer and squeeze them out. It's just mash. It's like a big garlic press is what it is, except it's made for potatoes. Now, these potatoes, the secret to fluffy mashed potatoes is not to overwork them. If you beat them to death, they're going to become waxy. You're going to make the starch come out of the potato, and it's going to it's just going to make your potatoes gummy and not good. But you want them fluffy, and Leanne say, preach it, yes. You want to just get them just right, and I put a stick of butter in mine, and this is a mixing bowl full. I mean, my 5-quart mixing bowl for my KitchenAid mixer is full. And I add a stick of butter, 8 ounces of cream cheese, 8 ounces of a small tub of sour cream, and then if they're still a little bit stiff, I'll add real cream. And beat them till it's all mixed up, put salt and pepper to taste, and then, wow. And then I put them in a souffle dish, a beautiful white souffle dish that I have. And I cover it with some Parmesan cheese, and I freeze it. That's why I can make them this weekend. And then I'll take them out of the freezer on Wednesday and put them in the refrigerator, and they will thaw up. And then on Thursday, I will put them into a cold oven because it's a ceramic dish and it's real cold, and I get the oven temperature up to speed. Ask me why I know that, because I have broken beautiful ceramic dishes when I haven't done this. But you put your ceramic dish in the oven as you start it as a cold oven to heat things up. You don't have to do it with metal pans, but with ceramic you have to. And those are my mashed potatoes. Now the gravy, I get the gravy going after I cook the turkey, because I got all these wonderful drippings that are in the bottom of the pan. And I don't put aluminum foil in the bottom of the pan. There's just no sense in that. This gravy, she tells you exactly how to make this gravy and how to make extra gravy. And you always have a backup jar of turkey gravy because people love gravy. Now, if you're going to cook your turkey carcass, I'm going to take it off the bone. I'm going to have this wonderful turkey broth to finish out the gravy with and to make more gravy with. But I get the gravy started. I get the broth going for the gravy, and I get it all going, and get the pan clean, because you got to put some more water and scrape it around to get all those drippings off the pan to make this rich brown color for the gravy. And you just need a little flour in that to continue the process. And her directions are to die for. Now, her green beans, I do green beans a little bit differently than most people. I take bags of frozen green beans and I cook a pound of bacon. I cut it into pieces and I fry it in the bottom of a tall pan. And then I put my green beans in there, and I put some white wine in there. The white wine, a sweeter white wine is wonderful, and the sweeter just gives it a nice little taste. All the alcohol boils out of it because I cook them down till I burn like one little bean, and it's just this wonderful flavor of bacon and green beans. And I like my green beans, so they make me happy. I like to do a broccoli salad. I like something fresh and green, and that's the only thing I don't have in the house right now is broccoli. And my broccoli has bacon in it too. Why wouldn't it? Bacon and sunflowers, a little bit of red onion. All these recipes are on the recipes section of our holiday section on our website. So if you just click on the recipes, you'll see all of my favorite recipes and menu mailer stuff too. And one year, Leanne gave me bacon for Christmas. I mean, all different kinds of bacon. I had enough bacon that year to last a lifetime, but we ate it. So cooking doesn't have to be a haggard, strenuous exercise in getting in your kitchen. I pace myself. And I've got things that I'm going to do every day. With Leanne's menu mailer, she starts talking about planning for your Thanksgiving dinner 2 weeks ahead of time. You don't know how many people are coming. There's a cute commercial on TV right now about this one couple who has a table from IKEA that can adapt for 10 people. And you just get to have fun with it and go with the flow. You know, I know right now we're going to have 4 people for certain, but we could have as many as 8. We could have 10 if the weather gets bad and Justin and them can't go to Tennessee. It could be a dozen. We have had 20. You just never know. Let's see, what else? The recipe for the broccoli salad, the dressing is the best in the world. You take mayonnaise, and it doesn't have to be an exact science. You just take some mayonnaise, and you take some balsamic vinegar and a little bit of sugar, and you stir it up, and it becomes brownish. And you put that, I like my little pieces of broccoli tiny. So I cut the tops off of the broccoli, And one time Robert came home with 3 little heads of broccoli, and I had to send him back to the store because I need 3 big heads of broccoli to make my broccoli salad, because I really like that that's my favorite leftover. Now, I don't make the stuffing, but Leanne's recipe has taught me a lot of things. I have made it in the past, and it is the most, it's named after her mother, and Muzz's stuffing mix, and Leanne taught me how to poach sausage. And you break your sausage up in a pan and put some water with it, and it breaks it into tiny pieces, and then you put it with your stuffing mix, and it's just, I think I might have to make some this weekend just because I'm hungry for it, and I can't wait till my sister-in-law, that's her thing to make, and she makes the sweet potatoes, and she makes the cranberry salad. Leanne's cranberry salad is a lot like my mother-in-law's cranberry salad. And it is, I mean, I'm ready for Thanksgiving right now. I want it to come. And Leanne always sets a big table. And I got the leaves in the table this week, and we're ready to go and having a lot of fun with it. Let's see she makes a mean cheesecake too. She has a pumpkin cheesecake recipe that's everything about the menu mailer is a hit. I'm telling you. You can't go wrong if you just make what's on that list. And I like to I'm going to talk about my deviled eggs. I don't like to call them deviled eggs. They're angeled eggs. And this is all on the website too. It's just not you got to search for angeled eggs on my website and you'll find it. I do a lot of them because everybody wants to take them home with them. And I do them in the oven. Now, this is one thing you need to test ahead of time. But I put them in an oven, a cold oven, at 325 for exactly 30 minutes. No more, no less. And I pulled the whole rack out, and I filled my sink up with cold water. And sometimes I put a little ice in it to make it extra cold. And I take the whole rack, and you don't care if they bounce off the bottom of the sink because you're going to crack them anyway. I put them in the sink in the cold water, and that releases them from their shells. Now, I bought my eggs 2 weeks ago, because old eggs do better at this than new eggs. So I want my eggs, just 2 weeks old. Robert says, why do I need to get 5 dozen eggs? I said, I'm going to use a lot of eggs, and I'm going to take 3 dozen, and I'm going to make deviled eggs out of them. So that's 3 dozen, that's 72 eggs, and I usually share them with everybody. And then I have some egg containers that I put the eggs in after I've gotten them peeled, because I don't want to slice them half in two while they're kind of warm. And then I just put them whole in the refrigerator for a day. And then the next day I get them out. I'll probably do them on Tuesday. And the next day I'll get them out and slice them half in two and make the filling for them and put them back in the refrigerator. And then I'll get up on Thursday morning and I'll stuff the eggs. That's it. And you make them any way. Yes, I bake raw eggs in an oven in the shell. And the pictures are all on my website. They look like little aliens because I'm just sitting them on the rack itself. And they got 2 little dots where they're sitting on the rack. And they look like little aliens, but I don't care. I don't have to boil them. They don't get green on the inside. They're absolutely beautiful. And then I take my time making them. I don't kill myself trying to make the eggs all on Thanksgiving Day. I just take my time and do it. And I spread it out. And I really... I really don't have a lot to do Thanksgiving Day. Set the table, make it pretty. Put together a relish tray with some pickles and olives and some carrots and broccoli and stuff. And I think I'll have a cheese ball out this time. I don't want to ruin dinner. And it's my favorite holiday. I love to cook. And I've been doing it every day this month. It's so much fun. It's just, Robert just doesn't know what he's going to eat every night. Last night I made, since I had to go to the doctor yesterday, so I had to leave the house by 2 o'clock. But I had chicken thighs going. Robert calls them chicken thighs. And I had some chicken thighs going in the crock pot with some seasonings and stuff. And then when I got home, I put some rice in with it and then some cheese. And so we had cheesy, and they were boneless, skinless thighs. So I pulled all the meat apart. And it was good. Michelle and I had it for lunch today. So it was kind of like chicken hash. I had to put a little Old Bay seasoning in it because it was a little bland. But hey, it was filling. It was filling. Now, what else? Oh, rolls. Let's talk about rolls. I like to get frozen roll dough. But if you have a bread machine, you can whip up some rolls quite easily because it does all of it. And I used my mixer the other day to make pizza dough. I found a Bobby Flay recipe that is pretty darn good for pizza dough. And I put the pizza hook on I put the dough hook on my machine, and it did a great job of kneading that dough. You could do the same thing with your roll dough if you wanted to, but I just buy it frozen. And I put a pan and I melt some butter in the bottom of the pan, and while I put the frozen roll dough in, I do this on Wednesday. I don't want to do it on Thursday, but I get the rolls pre-cooked. Like, all I got to do is heat them up then. And I let them rise in an oven at 100 degrees, and I have two ovens. Two ovens make me happy. Last week I cleaned my oven. It gets cleaned once a year, just before Thanksgiving. Last year I cleaned Robert's oven before Thanksgiving, and we left the pizza stone in it. And the pizza stone came out beautiful. But all the grease in the pizza stone smoked up the house, and we had to open up the doors, and the smoke alarm was going nuts. It was crazy. So I'm not ever going to do that again unless I put the pizza stone in the big oven, who has the downdraft vent, which keeps the smoke from coming in the house. But I get my rolls ready to go. We have a family tradition. We forget the rolls, and Robert's mother always would forget the rolls. It's just been one of our little funny things that we laugh about. And we got some turkey she shouldn'ts on our website that are fun to read. They're just funny. Things that we've all done, mistakes we've made cooking turkey. You know, some people don't know how to spread things out and get it all done. And dinner isn't on the table until 9 o'clock at night. So there's some funny stories there's some funny stuff on the internet too about people not liking to touch birds. Well, if you don't want to touch a turkey, put on some rubber gloves and an apron and get to it. You know, we can cook this turkey, and it's going to make our families happy, because we need to get festive. We need to get out the good china and practice manners with our children. They need to know how to act at a beautiful dinner table, and how to set the table, and how to put the right silverware on. And if you do that once a week, like on Sundays, then you're teaching the children how to become the hostess with the mostest. To have fun with it. What do I prepare for dessert? Oh, this is a good one. I like pumpkin pie. That's my favorite. And I like a lot of whipping cream. You've seen pictures of a little bitty sliver of pumpkin pie with just whipping cream. Well, that's probably what I'm going to have this year because I'm trying to stay low carb as much as possible. And whipping cream, if I whip it up, I can put it where it doesn't have any sugar in it, and I can have all the whipping cream I want. I'm going to make a pumpkin pie, probably 2 pumpkin pies, and some pumpkin bread because I got a lot of pumpkin. And then Robert is going to make me a pecan pie that I can eat. His pecan pie usually has honey in it, and I'm allergic to honey, so I can't eat it. But a nice pecan pie would be good, and my brother-in-law is going to make a pecan pie. He likes to make a pecan pie too. So we'll probably have 2 pecan pies unless I can talk Robert out of not making one. But he always wants to make something for dinner too. And it's a competition between which one looks the best and which one tastes the best. My brother-in-law and Robert have this ongoing competition of pecan pies. My sister-in-law, everything she makes is to die for. I love every single thing. She makes this cranberry salad that my mother-in-law made, and I don't think they really had a recipe, but Ella told it to me once, and I wrote it down. And it's a box of Jell-O. It was cranberries crushed up, a box of cherry Jell-O, and then it's got an orange crushed up in it, and she puts it in a 13 by 9 pan, and I love it. It's fresh. It looks good on the plate with the broccoli salad. It's something of every kind. And my sister-in-law's sweet potatoes. Oh my goodness. She doesn't put marshmallows on top. I grew up with marshmallows on top. But she makes a praline top that is brown sugar and flour and butter crushed up, with a blender, with a pastry blender. And then she adds pecans to that and spreads it over the top. And it is wonderful. I mean, my mouth is watering right now just thinking about it. It'll be here next week. A week from today, we'll be eating right at 4 o'clock. Our meal is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We usually don't sit down to the table until 5 o'clock. I like it to be just going into dark so I can light the candles on the table. It's always fun for us to have and I turn the lights down low. You still can see what you're eating, but you've got candlelight and you've got dim lights. Robert said, "Why do you want to put a dimmer in the dining room?" And I said, "Because so we can dim the lights for Thanksgiving." And my favorite thing to do is to not worry about the dishes. It's just to sit around the table and talk until 7 or 8 o'clock. And that's fun for me. And and this is the one thing you really got to have handy. Let's not throw away any food this Thanksgiving. Let's try to put together some meals for families. I mean, I'm going to put together some care packages to go home with my sister-in-law, and I'm going to keep some things that she's brought, and let's put together some meals in some containers so that we have a Thanksgiving dinner ready to go when we don't want to cook, and we can pull it out of the freezer. And I got some little vacuum sealed things today that I'm going to try to do it in, and I'm excited about putting some Thanksgiving dinners away so that if I get hungry, at noon one day and I want to have Thanksgiving dinner, I can pull it out. Yeah, we can have fun this Thanksgiving if we'll start today. I mean, my house is ready to go. We did the last minute touches to it this morning, and I'm really happy with where we are right now. I've even gotten some of the Christmas shopping done. So my goal is for you to be finished with all your Christmas shopping by next Friday. And that's why I had Michael instigate the Turkey 15. Don't forget about the Turkey 15. It's going to be I don't know how long it's going to be on, but I know it'll be on until the 1st of December. And we'll go from there. See you later. Love you too, Leanne. Thanks for all you do for us. Check out Leanne's Dinner Answers. Click on her blog on our page. It takes you right straight to it. Let's have some fun. So, does anybody have any questions? Any more questions about Thanksgiving? We're talking turkey. We're talking, leftovers. Get some Ziploc bags for your leftovers. Dishes take up a lot of room. And that's one last thing I'm going to do. Any gluten-free items for Thanksgiving? Well, gluten-free items would be broccoli salad. There's no gluten in sweet potatoes. You can't have rolls, but turkey, there's no gluten. There's no gluten in mashed potatoes. There's no gluten in green beans. So just about everything on my table is gluten-free. It might not all be carb-free, but it's gluten-free. And the pie has a crust on it. But you can make a pie with lots of different crust. I've seen pies made with crushed pecans too. In fact, that's a good way to do the cheesecake, is to have a crushed pecan crust. Have some fun with this. Teach your family how to do this if you've done it for years. Old dogs can learn new tricks, and I did when I started getting to know Leanne, and she shared menu mailer with all our friends, with all our fly babies all over the world. This Thanksgiving menu mailer is a foolproof way to put dinner on the table and feed your family and enjoy the celebration. You're going to love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to cut out of here early because I got some things I got to get dinner started. What's my favorite drink? I like iced tea. I like unsweetened tea because I'm not having carbs right now. I wish we had some kitchen towels. Maybe we'll talk to Jack about getting some more kitchen towels. I need some new ones. I've gone through plenty. With iron skillets, they kind of get yucky looking. So let's get all our groceries in the house this weekend. If you hadn't done it already, let's get them in there. And let's cook. Let's cook up a storm. I don't know what that was fussing about. We might do a show on Wednesday of next week, or maybe Friday, but not on Thursday. Thursday, it's family time, everybody. So I'm not going to be here on next Thursday, but I might show up on Wednesday if it looks like things are coming together nicely. So y'all have a good week. I love you all. And don't forget Turkey 15 and get your water bottles. They're going fast. We have a bunch of them, but they're going really fast. So everybody get them ordered, because this is a great water bottle for men or women, and it holds hot and cold. And get those extra little lids. See you later. I love you all. Y'all have a great Thanksgiving. Hey everybody, let's roast a turkey. Yep, some of you are scared of it, but we're going to go through doing one, and you're going to see how easy it is. I have looked on the tag, and my bird weighs 13 pounds, 0.14, and you multiply that by 13 minutes, and you get 2 hours and 51 minutes that this bird's got to cook. Now, here's what's going in the bird: an onion, a carrot, an apple, a stalk of celery. Here's a picture of all of it. I got it all laid out so I don't have to go hunting for it with turkey hands. So get out your rubber gloves and let's get started. I've got a pair of surgical gloves here. They are sanitized and ready to go. First thing you got to do is get the bird out of the package. And if you don't have rubber gloves, you can wear some Ziploc bags on your hands. That's a funny thing, but it would work too. Now, let's get that bird out of its packaging. It's in a nylon net, and it's in my clean and shiny sink. So let's get started. Let's cut that thing off of there. It's not a very big bird, but it's clumsy. I don't think I could handle a much bigger bird because you got to be careful. You got to cut the end off, and then you got to cut the package off and get down in there and get all the giblets out of it. There's a packet in the neck of the bird, and then the neck is in the other end of the bird. The neck is not where the neck is supposed to be, in other words. And sometimes, now this was a thawed bird, a fresh bird that Robert got at the grocery store. So it was still not frozen, but it was still kind of a little frozen on the inside. But it was not so much so that I couldn't cook it. Now, taking it out is not easy. These scissors go in my dishwasher when I'm finished because I don't keep anything, everything's got to be sterilized when I get through touching this bird. Everything has to be sterilized.
Turkey juice.
So it's got to go through the dishwasher. And your roasting pan, my roasting pan is, there's the giblets. And now for the neck, which is stuck in the other end. And it was a bit frozen, so it was hard to get out of there. But you get your roasting pan out, and your roasting pan has the bottom, and then you've got the rack.
Yes, I'm
And
good.
I don't like the turkey to sit down in its own juices. I want the juices to drain off, and I want to keep them in the pan, and I don't want them to burn either. So we're gonna, once we get this turkey stuffed with some celery and an apple and an orange, there's not a lot of room in there, so I've chopped it all up. Cut it half in two. I didn't even bother peeling the onion. And I'm having a little trouble getting the neck out. It's there. Finally got it. Now you start stuffing it's not really stuffing it. You're just putting some veggies in there so that the drippings from the turkey are going to taste better. You got to wash this thing and rub it down good with just cold water, and then we're going to pat it dry with paper towel so that the butter will stick to it, because we're going to stick a little butter underneath the skin, and we're going to stick we're going to rub it down in butter. I'm going to stick the celery in it right now, and we're just going to poke it in there. I know this looks gross, but hey, somebody's got to do it because you want this turkey on your table. This afternoon I showed you the blow-up turkey, which is funny. But you just have to put these things in there and everything will be fine. Put some apple in there. This just makes the drippings taste so good. And just keep poking it in there as best you can. Carrot's a little sweet. That makes it nice too. And then you're going to I should have put the sage and the thyme in it before I started stuffing the other, but I didn't do that. But that stuff makes it smell good too. So let's keep watching. Don't give up on me. I'm going to get this bird stuffed. Had to cut up an onion and poke it in there. Put some apple on the other side in the neck part, because there's cavities on both ends. I can't believe I'm doing a play-by-play about doing a turkey. trying to get it all in there. I can't hear myself right now because I'm doing a voice over the video. No telling what I'm saying. Just no telling. Probably wrestling this turkey. Anyway, I've got my watch covered up. Now for the thyme and the sage. It just smells so good. I'm not going to put any salt and pepper on it. And I've figured out, it's going to take 2 hours and 51 minutes. And the first 30 minutes, now while I'm doing all this, I've got the oven preheating at 500 degrees. Yes, you heard me right. This is Leanne's recipe and it's 500 degrees. I know that sounds strange. Now I'm going to pat it dry with some paper towels. This is the only thing I use paper towels for. And so I've taken the extra racks out of the oven because I want the turkey to sit low in the oven. And I have a convection oven, but a regular oven will cook the same way. The turkey will cook for 30 minutes at 500 degrees. Now here's the key to this turkey. Do not, under any circumstances, open the door once you put the turkey in the oven. Do not open the door. I'm rubbing it down with not melted butter, but it's softened butter, and it's clinging pretty good to this bird. And I'm putting some under the skin, just poking it right under there, and massaging it in. There you go. See, I'm moving it right up on the turkey. Now, once you put the turkey in the oven, you're going to set 2 timers. You're going to set 1 timer for the full amount that it has to cook, which is, for me, 2 hours and 51 minutes. The other timer will be set for 30 minutes. And when that 30-minute timer goes off, you change the temperature on the oven. Now, it's about ready to go in the oven. Leanne says to put a half a cup of water in the bottom of your roasting pan. I don't like to do a half a cup because my oven makes it just evaporates too much, and I don't want my drippings to get that brown. So I end up putting about a cup and a half of water in the bottom of the pan. But I don't do it until I actually put here's the directions for doing it. I don't do that until I put it in the oven itself, because you could slosh it out. So here we go. I'm going to pour the water in, and then I'm going to shut the door, set the timer for 30 minutes, and let it ride. There you go. Closing setting the timer. So 30 minutes at 500 degrees. I know that sounds high, but it isn't. And I'm going to do 2 hours and 51 minutes is the total time it cooks. And that's all you have to do. Now, I've got those giblets. I'm going to put them in a pan with some extra veggies, and I'm going to get those cooking because those are going to help make my gravy. I'm going to cook those on low. I'm going to bag up the trash, and I'm looking in the door at the turkey. But don't open the door. Whatever you do not open the door. And the timer goes off for the 30 minutes. I still got 2 hours and 21 minutes. And here is the bird. Look at this. It is so pretty. Now, I'm going to cut it all up, but that's going to be another video altogether. It's going to be a total another video. But here's my plastic one right beside it. My blow-up plastic one. They're not exactly alike, but my bird is prettier than the plastic one. Love you all. This is going to be a yummy Thanksgiving. Okay, folks, it's time to serve up your turkey. Now, I don't like to serve my turkey at the table. This bird came out of the oven and she is perfect. I'm telling you, just absolutely beautiful. I'll show everybody a picture of her, but that plastic turkey that I blew up is going to be my centerpiece. Each turkey comes with instructions on how to cut it up, but I just dig in, just get right in there and go get after it. Don't be afraid, because it's cooked. This turkey is cooked. And I've let it cool a little bit. It's still warm, but it's not hot. And I'm going to start with the legs. Cut the legs off first, and I put them in a pan. I have an aluminum foil pan that's a heavy-duty roasting pan. And I'm going to cut the legs off. And then I'm going to cut the thighs apart and take the meat off the thighs, because that's dark meat, and that's mine and Robert's favorite meat. And just keep tugging at it and leave the skin on as much as possible, because that's going to help hold the moisture in. And just start pulling it apart, because you can take the breast meat out in big hunks. And nobody ever likes the wings, so I'm going to throw those in my stock pot, because this turkey carcass, once I get the majority of the meat off of it, I am going to put it in my big pasta pot, and it is going to cook all night long. And all that beautiful goldenness you see on this turkey, it's going to become my gravy. It's going to become, and the drippings that were in the pan are going to become the gravy. So it's going to be absolutely beautiful, and it's going to have the best flavor. I'm going to cook this thing, or the turkey carcass, all night and all day tomorrow. And then I'm going to strain it all out, and it is going to be an amazing broth to make my turkey. I'll probably reduce it down some too. But it's going to be some good tasting stuff. So don't be afraid to get in there and pull it all apart. There's some good meat on these wings on the bottom part, but the top part is not real good, but that's going to make my gravy. So just keep pulling at it, and you will be through. It only took me 4 minutes and 44 seconds to pull this bird apart. So you can do anything for 5 minutes. I'm telling you, you can do it. And you're going to be happy you got it done. As soon as this broth cooks, I'm going to pour a little bit of it into my turkey that I've got all cut up. And then it's all going in the freezer, because it's a week out. And then I will get it out of the freezer the day before. And then I will warm it up at 350 in my oven. And it will be just like it is today, coming off the bird. And I will take the breast and I will slice it up and arrange it on the platter. And it will be beautiful. This turkey turned out probably one of the best turkeys I've ever cooked. It was a little bit smaller than I usually cook. I usually do about a 14-pounder. This one was 13 pounds. But look how pretty that is. There's no red meat in there or anything. It is all done. When you cook it the exact way Leanne teaches us to do it, it is the best turkey you will ever. It is a no-fail turkey. You are going to love this recipe, and you're going to keep it forever, and you're going to pass it down to your family, your kids, so they can cook really beautiful turkeys just like this one. So keep pulling at it, get it all taken apart, and put it in your pan and get it in your freezer. And you'll be happy that you don't have to do this on Thanksgiving Day, because you can serve up this turkey and put the fake one out on the table just for grins and giggles. So have fun, enjoy the process, and don't beat yourself up, because if it's not all the way done, if it's got a little pink in it, when you heat it up in your oven, it's going to get totally done, because it won't take long to finish cooking. So I usually cook mine the day before, but I'm cooking mine a week ahead of time to show you how easy it is. I think it's important that you understand that this is not hard to do. Don't let your perfectionism stop you before you ever get started. This is an easy, wonderful way to cook a turkey, and it makes the best turkey you have ever tasted. I've already had a little piece of it, and it is really good. So I've taken all the onion and stuff that was in the turkey, and I put it in the stock pot. Here it is, all cut up, ready to go in the freezer. And the stock pot is going to cook all night and all day tomorrow, and then I'll reduce it down, and this will make my gravy. It is wonderful. It's going to smell so good when I get up in the morning. Yummy, yum, yum. Okay, folks, it's time to serve up your turkey. Now, I don't like to serve my turkey at the table. This bird came out of the oven, and she is perfect. I'm telling you, just absolutely beautiful. I'll show everybody a picture of her, but that plastic turkey that I blew up is going to be my centerpiece. Each turkey comes with instructions on how to cut it up. But I just dig in. Just get right in there and go get after it, you know. Don't be afraid, because it's cooked. This turkey is cooked. And I've let it cool a little bit. It's still warm, but it's not hot. And I'm going to start with the legs. Cut the legs off first, and I put them in a pan. I have an aluminum foil pan that's a heavy-duty roasting pan. And I'm going to cut the legs off. And then I'm going to cut the thighs apart and take the meat off the thighs, because that's dark meat, and that's mine and Robert's favorite meat. And just keep tugging at it and leave the skin on as much as possible, because that's going to help hold the moisture in. And just start pulling it apart, because that you can take the breast meat out in big hunks, and nobody ever likes the wings, so I'm going to throw those in my stock pot, because this turkey carcass, once I get the majority of the meat off of it, I am going to put it in my big pasta pot, and it is going to cook all night long. And all that beautiful goldenness you see on this turkey, it's going to become my gravy. It's going to become, and the drippings that were in the pan are going to become the gravy. So it's going to be absolutely beautiful, and it's going to have the best flavor. I'm going to cook this thing, or the turkey carcass, all night and all day tomorrow. And then I'm going to strain it all out. And it is going to be an amazing broth to make my turkey. I'll probably reduce it down some too. But it's going to be some good tasting stuff. So don't be afraid to get in there and pull it all apart. There's some good meat on these wings on the bottom part. But the top part is not real good. But that's going to make my gravy. So just keep pulling at it, and you will be through. It only took me 4 minutes and 44 seconds to pull this bird apart. So you can do anything for 5 minutes. I'm telling you, you can do it. And you're going to be happy you got it done. As soon as this broth cooks, I'm going to pour a little bit of it into my turkey that I've got all cut up. And then it's all going in the freezer because it's a week out. And then I will get it out of the freezer the day before. And then I will warm it up at 350 in my oven. And it will be just like it is today. Coming off the bird. And I will take the breast and I will slice it up and arrange it on the platter. And it will be beautiful. This turkey turned out probably one of the best turkeys I've ever cooked. It was a little bit smaller than I usually cook. I usually do about a 14-pounder. This one was 13 pounds. But look how pretty that is. There's no red meat in there or anything. It is all done. When you cook it the exact way Leanne teaches us to do it, it is the best turkey you will ever. It is a no-fail turkey. You are going to love this recipe, and you're going to keep it forever, and you're going to pass it down to your family, your kids, so they can cook really beautiful turkeys just like this one. So keep pulling at it, get it all taken apart, and put it in your pan and get it in your freezer. And you'll be happy that you don't have to do this on Thanksgiving Day, because you can serve up this turkey and put the fake one out on the table just for grins and giggles. So have fun, enjoy the process, and don't beat yourself up, because if it's not all the way done, if it's got a little pink in it, when you heat it up in your oven, it's going to get totally done, because it won't take long to finish cooking. So I usually cook mine the day before, but I'm cooking mine a week ahead of time to show you how easy it is. I think it's important that you understand that this is not hard to do. Don't let your perfectionism stop you before you ever get started. This is an easy, wonderful way to cook a turkey, and it makes the best turkey you have ever tasted. I've already had a little piece of it, and it is really good. So I've taken all the onion and stuff that was in the turkey, and I put it in the stock pot. Here it is, all cut up, ready to go in the freezer. And the stock pot is going to cook all night and all day tomorrow, and then I'll reduce it down, and this will make my gravy. It is wonderful. It's going to smell so good when I get up in the morning. Yummy, yum, yum. Buddy, come on in. Yeah, it's time, and I haven't got music up, but we'll find something. Let's just say, the I'm Flying song. Come on in.
Well, my sink is shining bright on my winding line. Flying. I'm just a baby stepping and I'm not obsessing. I'm flying. I've got my list of things to do, and I'm ready for action in my lace-up shoes. Well, I'm no marvel, I'm just working smarter. I'm flying. Well, these piles of clutter could be blessing others, so I'm flying. And while I'm flinging, you can hear me singing. I'm flying. I have my friends and family, but with routines in place, I still have time for me. I can get things done while I'm having fun, 'cause I'm flying.
Little saxophone never hurts anybody.
To sing the blues. Do you know the system? Have you heard the news? You can start today. I found a better way. I'm flying. Yes, I'm flying. Do, 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 do.
Okay, folks, it's pouring down rain outside. Yeah, it's just one of those afternoons. Robert built me a fire. He didn't go play chess with Charles. Please pray for Mr. Charles. And let's go to God's word, because we are in the Passion Translation of Psalms and Proverbs and the New Testament. And we're in chapter 30, Psalms number 30. The name of it is He Healed Me. King David's poetic praise to God, a song of the feast of dedication of the dwelling place. Here we go. Lord, I'm here in the room, but somewhere in the house, stuck. Lord, I will exalt you and lift you high, for you have lifted me up on high. Over all my boastings, gloating, and enemies, you made me triumph. O Lord, my healing God, I cried out for a miracle and you healed me. You brought me back from the brink of death and from the depths below. Here I am. Now, here I am, alive and well and fully restored. Oh, sing and make melody, you steadfast lovers of God. God thanks to him every time reflects on his holiness. Give thanks to him every time you reflect on his holiness. I've learned that his anger lasts for a moment, but his loving favor lasts a lifetime. We may weep through the night, but at daybreak it will turn into shouts of ecstatic joy. I remember boasting, I've got it made. Nothing can stop me now. I'm God's favored one, and He made me steady as a mountain. But then suddenly you hid your face from me. I was panic stricken and became depressed. Still, I cried out to you, Lord God. I shouted out for mercy, saying, what would you gain in my death if I were to go down to the depths of darkness? Will, you, will a grave sing your song? How would death's dust declare your faithfulness? So hear me now, Lord. Show me your famous mercy. Oh God, be my Savior. Rescue me. And then he broke through and transformed all my wailing into a whirling dance of ecstatic praise. He has torn the veil and lifted from he has torn the veil and lifted from me the sad heaviness of mourning. He wrapped me in the glory garments of gladness. How could I be silent when it's time to praise you? Now my heart sings out, bursting with joy, a bliss inside that keeps me singing. I can never thank you enough. Wow. I just love Psalms. It makes me happy to read the Psalms. Okay, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for this beautiful rain, for the warm fire that's glowing in my home, for a husband that takes good care of me. Thank you for all the many wonderful blessings you give to me and to my fly babies. Right now, Lord, thank you for your servant Conda, who is healing up at home out of the hospital. Thank you for her healing, for the blessing that she has given to many fly babies. Thank you, Lord, for helping her to get well. Please keep our homes safe, protect us from evil. It's on every corner, on every sidewalk, looking to harm and kill your servants, Lord. We are here to serve you and to lift you up and praise you. Not that you need us, but we certainly need you, Lord. All these things we ask in your name, in your Son's holy name, Jesus. Please forgive us of our sins and keep us strong to stand up to evil all around us. All these things we ask in Jesus' holy name. Amen. Okay, folks. Conda contacted me today. She is home and resting. I got to have some conversation with her. I'm just so glad to hear that she is feeling better. She's still not able to eat much, but she is just worn out from being in the hospital for 6 days. So keep and for all of Conda's fly babies, she hasn't vanished on you. I promise you, she is getting well. So please keep her in your prayers and all her fly babies who really need her, and just lift her up to the Lord. So this morning, I told you we were going to talk some turkey. Well, we talked a little turkey this morning, and I'm going to pull out my holiday control journal. I love my holiday control journal. It's really the thing about the holidays is my favorite time is Thanksgiving. So I just have a whole section just on Thanksgiving recipes. And I also have a little thing on the back side. It's the things left to do. And I have some tiles numbered 1 through 12. You could do little pieces of paper, but Robert made me tiles. Makes me happy. And with those tiles, I am able to just randomly pick something to cook. You can do this with your menu. As long as you have everything in the house, it's you're good to go. So, have you made your Thanksgiving menu yet? Now, here's what goes on mine. I like I like country ham, and I usually have some country ham because it reminds me of my grandmothers. They used to cook. They used to um, have a pig, and she would take a ham and they would cure these hams, and she would have one from the year before that had been cured. So here's my recipe. Here's my menu and the different bowls I would need. A turkey. I'm going to cook a turkey and a ham. Green beans, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, cranberry salad, rolls, dressing, broccoli salad, and angeled eggs. And then for dessert, there's pumpkin pie, pecan pie, applesauce cake, or an apple pie, spice cake, or a chocolate cake. So I get to pick from those. I usually don't cook them all, but we like to have a little sliver of this and a little sliver of that, and it makes us all happy. And lots of whipped cream. Don't forget the whipped cream. That has been done before. So, and don't forget the rolls. That's a family tradition at our house, is we always forget the rolls. So that's a great menu. Now, sometimes I add corn to my menu, and I add. Sometimes I have cooked a squash casserole, and having a bumper crop of squash from the neighbor, I have a lot of squash put away that I could make a squash casserole this year, which would make me very happy. But what do I need to make? What do you need to make green beans? Well, for my green beans, I need bacon. I need bacon, and I like to cook my green beans in a cup of wine, white wine. Now, all the alcohol gets burned out of it, but I just have a box wine that I use for cooking. So think about everything you need. You need a turkey and you need ham if you're going to have ham. So green beans, there's a certain kind of green beans I like. They are the French cut green beans from the frozen food section. So I really like those green. I have done it with canned green beans when I've canned my own green beans, because there's nothing better than your own home canned green beans. But when I make my green beans, I like to say I scorch one green bean. you, you just cook it dry till it's down to one scorched green bean, but it's not really scorched. But I cut my bacon up into little pieces, stir it around, add my green beans to it, a cup of wine, maybe a cup of water, and put the lid on it. And then I cook down all the moisture out of it. Takes me a couple, 3 hours. And there's a recipe on YouTube. And if somebody can find that find now Justin's not coming for Thanksgiving, but my brother and sister-in-law may. But we haven't talked about that yet. But now's the time to get your guest list planned up. So that's the first thing. You got to know how many people are coming to your Thanksgiving dinner. Like one lady this morning in her question, she says 22 people. She's already done her guest list. So now is the time to invite those people to your Thanksgiving feast. And it is a Thanksgiving feast because we are thankful for everything that God gives us. So that's how I cook my green beans. And I cook them all in one day. And I usually use 4 packs of these green beans. I have cooked as many as 6 packs of these green beans. I have one big pot. And, dividing your cooking out over days makes it so much easier for you. And then I can take those green beans and freeze them and label them for Thanksgiving dinner 2021. And then all I got to do is remember I can put a check mark by them on my list that they're already cooked. Now, mashed potatoes. I like to do one thing at a time. Now, I was watching some YouTube videos a while ago, and this guy was talking about he had 21 items on his Thanksgiving table, his buffet table, to feed his friends and family. And he said, that's one of the largest things. He said, but I didn't have many time. It was short notice, he said. So something must have happened, and the Thanksgiving dinner ended up at his house. And he really pushed himself on this. And I don't want you to be pushed. I want you to get the things done, put it in the refrigerator, in the freezer, they're handy. And or maybe just start a basket in your big freezer that's your Thanksgiving dinner. If you've got the collapsible carry-all, which we still have a few of them in place, and I can't reach it. But if you've got the collapsible carry-all, you can set that in your freezer, and everything you make for Thanksgiving, you put in that, and then you just have to take the basket upstairs or to your kitchen when it comes time to get everything thawed and heated up for Thanksgiving dinner. It's all about pulling it all together, but you've already cooked everything. This is good. So, next is mashed potatoes, cooking mashed potatoes. I like my mashed potatoes to be made from Idaho potatoes, white potatoes. White potatoes make a much fluffier mashed potato, y'all. And what I do is I take that same pot I've cooked my green beans in, because that pot is big enough. It's my biggest pot, and usually I'm making a lot of food because I share. I send food home with Robin, and she leaves food with us. But I wash the mashed potatoes. I got a video on it. Somebody put the link in for the page on YouTube that is all our holiday, and I'll put it in the description when I get through. I'll add it down there. And if you're not subscribed to our channel, please subscribe to our channel and give us a thumbs up, and then also ring the bell so you get notifications. So make the mashed potatoes. I cook them one day. Cook them, and I wash the peelings, get them all ready to go, and then I put them in a pot and boil them. Takes about an hour to an hour and a half, according to the size of potato that it is. And you want all like-sized potatoes. You don't want a big one and a little one. You want like-sized potatoes. And this just makes for an efficient way to cook all these potatoes at one time. And then you take those potatoes that are, once they're done, You pour them into your sink and cover them with cold water, and the peelings just come right off. And I have a little device called a ricer, and I put one mashed potato, one whole potato that's got the. I like to take the peeling off. I know the ricer, you can cut them in half and you can take the peelings off that way, but I like to peel my potatoes after they're cooked and then put them through the ricer, and they make just little bitty pieces of potato. And you don't want to put them under the mixer for too long at all. And I like to beforehand. I have usually I take a, a stick of butter, and I use Carrie's Gold. I love my Carrie's Gold. A tub of sour cream, about a half a cup of real cream, and I melt the butter and mix the sour cream and the real cream all together in the mixer and put it in the refrigerator. I do that ahead of time so that all I have to do is add this to my potato mixture. And you can add salt and pepper. You can add garlic to it if you want to, if you want garlic mashed potatoes. Well, however you want to do it. You know how to make mashed potatoes. We all do. But you can look at my recipe, and it just makes it so easy that you're not mashed potatoes 5 minutes before people come into the house. And then you can take those mashed potatoes and you can put them in a Ziploc bag. And I have a souffle pan that I put my mashed potatoes in. And I just when it comes time, I'm just going to thaw them up and put them in that container. Now you can freeze it in that container, but you don't put frozen stuff in a ceramic casserole dish into the oven already heated up. Ask me how I know. I have a beautiful piece of pottery that I broke that way because I put it cold into a hot oven and it pinged it. And I heard it when it popped, and I had Robert glue it back together, and I just put my potatoes in it. It just looks pretty on the counter. But you got to look at my video on my making my potatoes. Yeah, they got it in there. The playlist is there. Cooking with the FlyLady. Yeah. Then you got to start your dressing ahead of time. And I call it dressing. I don't call it stuffing. I like dressing. And Leanne taught me how to make poached sausage, which you take. I like Jimmy Dean sausage, but now that I've been doing Moink Box, they have some really good sausage. So you take a pound of sausage, maybe 2 pounds if you like a lot of sausage in your in, in your dressing, and you pre-cook it, and then you can add the onions to it, the celery. You got to have celery. Is it safe to eat a turkey that has been kept in the freezer for a year? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I use in 2020 we didn't have Thanksgiving at our house, and so I had a turkey left over from last year, and yeah, you can eat a turkey, and you just got to thaw it up, and you need to get this on your calendar when you're going to cook it. If you're going to cook it on Wednesday before Thanksgiving, you need to take it out of the freezer on Saturday. Put it in a garbage bag, put it in a roasting pan in your refrigerator. And it needs to thaw for 4 days. Could be 5 days if you have a big turkey. Don't let it set out on the counter. Don't thaw it up in ice water in the sink. Nope, 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 nope. Now that's more dangerous than taking a turkey that's been in your freezer for a year. Don't do that. And you got to put it in a garbage bag and with the tie at the top and put it in one of those aluminum roasting pans and slide it into your refrigerator. Now your refrigerator's got to be cleaned out. So when you clean out your refrigerator, yesterday was Wednesday. You need to get that refrigerator cleaned out where you got some space to put a turkey in there to thaw that sucker out. So I got sidetracked. Yeah. So you make up your mashed potatoes with all the sour cream and butter, all the good stuff in it, and you can freeze them. You can freeze them. I have frozen them in the casserole dish that I'm going to cook them in, but you got to completely thaw that up. And I was going to tell you, the turkey, I don't know why the light is flashing back and forth and back and forth. It's driving me nuts. Push the screen away from me a little more. But if you don't put it in this pan, you're going to wake up on Thanksgiving morning, if you're going to cook your turkey on Thanksgiving, and you're going to find your crisper drawer is full of turkey juice. Can you tell I don't like poultry juice? Anyway, that happened to me one Thanksgiving morning. I didn't have carrots. I had to send Robert to the store for fresh carrots because they had all got soaked in turkey juice. So don't do that to yourself. Think ahead. Think ahead and learn from my mistakes, please. So that's the mashed potatoes. I like to sprinkle a little Parmesan cheese or 3-cheese pizza stuff, 3-cheese mixed for pizzas on top to make it look pretty, and then put it in the oven and bake it. Or you can heat them up in the microwave. I don't care. But I don't heat much stuff up in the microwave. I have put them in a crock pot, but they got to be on real low or you're going to scorch the sides. But I like to cook it until it starts to rise a little bit because you've mixed it. Don't mix it too long, just enough to get the ingredients in it. Because the more you mix potatoes with use a mixer, especially a KitchenAid, you're going to mix the starch out of them. So you don't want to do that. If you're going to eat mashed potatoes, you want the starch in there. And then freeze them and then take them out of your freezer like a couple of days before you're going to cook them on Thanksgiving or heat them up. That's all you're really doing is heating things up. I'm giving you a new way to cook Thanksgiving dinner without being stressed out. And it works. It really does work. And I filmed it all for you. I made videos for it, and they're not long videos, y'all. I don't like long cooking videos. I like these ones that get speeded up. I don't know that I've made the cranberry salad, but it's relatively easy. It's an orange. In fact, I have Ella's recipe in here somewhere. She wrote it out. Yeah. Ella's cranberry salad. You take 2 bags of fresh cranberries, 2 navel oranges. You can grate them or put them in your blender. 2 apples. I like a tartar apple for this. A can of crushed pineapple. 2 packages of cranberry jello. Now, cranberry jello is hard to find, but you can substitute with cherry jello or something else, and just put 2 packages of cranberry jello, 1 package of Knox gelatin, and cold water. And you mix all this stuff up. You have to do the jello per its instructions and then add some cold water to it. You dissolve it in hot water and then add a cup of cold water and then mix all this stuff in. Put it in your Tupperware dish or whatever you're making, put it in the refrigerator and get it cold. Now, I wouldn't freeze this. I would do this the week of. But that's Ella's cranberry salad. She always made a great cranberry salad. Rolls. Now, there's some great roll recipes on there. Whippoorwill Hollow has some amazing cafeteria roll recipes that we grew up with. Cafeteria rolls were the best. And if I'm in a mood to make rolls, I can make up a bunch of them and I pre-cook them. I get them just about ready to go. I get a bunch of the pans that you would put a 13 by 9 cake in. I melt some butter in them, put the rolls in, let them rise, and then cook them. Cook them. And then I bag them up and put them in the freezer. And then you've always got rolls. And it's not hard. The recipe is not hard. If it was, I wouldn't do it. Now, dressing. Dressing has cornbread in it and sausage. I was getting mixed up. Cornbread and sausage. And a couple of rolls, a couple of biscuits, sausage. I like a lot of celery, onions, and don't forget the sage. Make sure you've got some sage. One year I didn't have any sage. Yeah, I think the roll recipe is on. I think I made rolls on that playlist, and also Miss Lori at Whippoorwill Hollow has a recipe for that's to die for rolls, cafeteria rolls. So check it out. Whippoorwill Hollow. She's a good old country cook. Now, the dressing, you got to crumble up all your cornbread. And so I have this big mixing bowl that I make my pan of cornbread. And I got a recipe for making cornbread on the channel. And you got your bag of stuff to go in it. Well, you can freeze the pre-cooked sausage and the onions and celery, all that stuff. You can cook that, bag it up, and put it in your refrigerator or your freezer, and then get it out and thaw it up and put it with your dressing. Well, to cook your dressing, you need chicken broth. So if you got chicken broth, get it on your grocery list. Get sage and chicken broth on your grocery list right now. Keep a grocery list. So keep a grocery list of the stuff you need. I've got a handwritten one right here of the stuff you need to make your Thanksgiving dinner. And I like to have pie crust on hand. So get some Pillsbury pie crust. Here's my master list. And yeah, this is. I like to have plenty of Ziploc bags on hand. Make sure you got Ziploc bags and you got our Tupperware containers and aluminum pans and a roasting pan if you need a roasting pan. But I like to use the roasting pan that came with my stove. And this is just a great way. Now, if you want to cheat with the rolls, you can get some frozen roll dough. But I don't wait till the last minute to do those. I do those ahead of time too, so that they're ready to go. All I got to do is heat them up. Okay, next thing, sweet potatoes. Last year, I cooked sweet potatoes cut up with onions. This is Leanne's recipe. It was to die for. Robert liked it a whole lot better than the mashed sweet potatoes, which kind of had the same texture as the mashed potatoes. And he just really liked the savory side of the sweet potatoes. So back to the dressing. You got to get everything dried out. Cornbread dried out, all this stuff, crumble it up. I keep it in my oven for a couple of days, just letting it, and you can put your oven on about 100 degrees and let it get dried out. And then you have this great dressing. It's mixed up with, don't put too much bread in it. Cornbread and a couple of biscuits or a couple of rolls or a couple slices of bread even. And then it doesn't take long to mix it up. Now, I like to cook mine ahead of time and I just stick it in the freezer. And then I get it out and then heat it up. Broccoli salad. I was talking about that this morning. I make it ahead of time. I get my broccoli cut up just the way I want it and bag it up. I make my sauce to go on it and bag that up. And I get my little package of all the sunflower seeds and raisins. I'll use golden raisins in my cranberry salad. I bag all those things up, and then all I do is empty the bags out, stir it up, and put it in a beautiful serving dish. I have this glass one that is just my favorite thing. And the morning of Thanksgiving, I got everything bagged up in the freezer, ready to go in their serving dishes or in their casserole dishes to go into the oven and cook. And we usually eat about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everything's ready to go into the oven to just gently warm up at 200 degrees, 250. Slow and steady. And then all I got to do is put together my eggs, because earlier in the week I have cooked my eggs in my oven. Don't wait till the day of to make your eggs, because something will happen. Something will happen and they'll be ruined, especially if you've never done the angel eggs, cooking them in the oven. You need to practice that. You need to practice that, because it's a specific recipe. It's on my website. I've got a video about it, and it's fun to do when you're going to make a lot of angeled eggs. Now, you can make your pumpkin pies early. We don't have a pumpkin yet this year, but the next time we go out, I think I'm going to get Robert to get us a pumpkin, and we can render out our own pumpkin, because evidently pumpkins got expensive at the grocery store. But hey, I have made pumpkin pie with sweet potatoes. It's a sweet potato pie, but it looks like a pumpkin pie and it tastes like a pumpkin pie. So there. Pecan pie. I keep pecans in stock all the time. That recipe is on our playlist, and the best pecan pie is made with roasted pecans, y'all. I can't stand gummy pecans in a pie. But if they're roasted ahead of time, and we have a great recipe for roasting pecans, I use a pizza pan and I put a layer in an old pizza pan. It's a big pizza pan. And I take, the oven is set at, the recipe's in there. I'm not going to tell you what the temperature is, but it's 300 degrees or 325. I don't hold me to this, but you put them in a cold oven at that temperature, whatever it says on. I'll show you how to do it, and they're perfect. And I don't say that word very often. The pecans are perfect. Robert's always playing with the recipe, but the pecans are perfect, and it takes an hour, and you cook it for 20 minutes at this temperature. Then you stir them, you put them back in the oven for another 20 minutes, and you take them out and you stir them, and then you put them back in the oven. And then when the timer goes off after 20 minutes, it takes an hour, 20 minutes, and they're done. And they make the most beautiful. Somebody said, Carla says she hates gummy pecans almost as much as she hates boiled peanuts. I'm with you, girl. I am with you. Anyway, so there you have it. And then if I'm going to bake a cake, I can bake the cake ahead of time, especially an applesauce cake, something that goes in a bundt pan that can just come out. Or you can, if you're going to do a layer cake, you bake the 3 layers and you can freeze them. And they actually ice better when they're frozen. So you see, you got to get your menus made out. If you're going to cook corn, I like to cook the corn that's in the freezer section that looks like tubes of sausage. I think McGuire makes it, but a bunch of people make it. And I think I show you how to do that too. I use 2 yellow and 1 white, and it does a 13 by 9 glass casserole dish, or I think I have a corning dish, and I put a stick of butter in there. And the hardest thing about that recipe is peeling it out of frozen out of the tubes. Now, you can put them in a pan and just set them out and let them thaw enough that you can cut them in half and just dump them out. It's much easier because when it's frozen, you can cut yourself badly. So my squash casserole, that recipe's not anywhere, but I've told you how to make that this summer, but it's real easy. I take my squash, I put some onions in it, I steam it, and I'm using frozen squash, and some of it has onions in it, so I'll probably use the ones that has onions in it. And I put a can of cream of chicken soup in it. I grate up a carrot for just a touch of color and add a tub of sour cream. Stir it all up. Take Pepperidge Farm herb stuffing mix. Put a layer of squash down. Put a layer of the herb stuffing mix. Another layer of squash. Another layer of the stuffing mix. I usually do 3 layers, and then top it off with the stuffing mix. It's ready to go. It's just ready to go. So you can freeze that too, and or you can get it ready, almost ready to go. All the squash and stuff cooked up. Then all you got to do, you put it in the freezer, and then you can thaw it up and do your layers and get it in the oven. It's really good. But sitting here thinking about it today, doesn't it make you hungry? Ready to go? It's just ready to go. Some people like to put cheese in their squash casserole. I like the sour cream and the can of soup, which makes me happy. And that was a recipe from Miss Emily. She was in my woman's group when I was a young mother, and she had this recipe, and I loved it. In fact, she passed away last year, and I told her son, I still make her squash casserole. But it's easy if you pace yourself, not get in a hurry, and you plan things out. Like put it on your counter when you're going to take your turkey out of the freezer to thaw up in your refrigerator. Have everything on hand to do that with. When you're going to bake your cakes, I like to do it the week before Thanksgiving, not the week of, because I'm doing other things. So plan what you're going to cook on what day. And you can start 2 weeks out and have plenty of time. Now, if you're going to cook 21 things, you might want to start 3 weeks out. But make an appointment for your oven and for your kitchen and clean as you go. Because if you don't, you're going to make a bigger mess for yourself. Your kitchen's not going to be sanitary. So you got to have hot, soapy water. Hot, soapy water. And that hot, soapy water, and I keep a purple rag in my kitchen, and I'm wiping down my counters, and if I'm going to mess with the turkey, that's the only thing I'm going to mess with that day. I'm telling you, that's the only thing I'm going to mess with, because I want the turkey to not contaminate anything else. And you can put wax paper out. You can put saran wrap out on your counters. You can do lots of things. You can sterilize your sink after you've washed the bird. But if you can't get the giblets out of the turkey neck and the cavity, then it's not thawed. And we have lots of turkey she shouldn'ts on our website. And it's fun. It's fun to read them. But you can make your pies ahead of time. You can make your cakes ahead of time. You can do everything ahead of time. And then you're the hostess with the mostest, sitting there looking nice and cute in your little lace up shoes and your table set. It's beautiful. It all comes together because you planned. We usually get the coffee. We make a pot of coffee because we like to sit around the table and talk afterwards. Make sure you have candles for your table because that's our timer. When we have Thanksgiving dinner, when the candles burn down to nothing, just about nothing, we know it's time to get up and wash dishes. And I don't have a dishwasher this year, so I'm going to be washing dishes. I always put everything but my silver knives in my dishwasher, but I'm going to be washing all the dishes. But that's okay. Robert and I usually get it done before we go to bed so we don't have to get up to it in the morning. I have plenty of Ziploc bags to be able to put everything away because containers take up a lot of space, but Ziploc bags can be piled on top of each other. And you have plenty of Ziploc bags to give things away to people. So start planning right now. In fact, here are my cards for my dishes. So I have a relish tray that I fix up. I have a gravy boat, but I'm cooking my turkey the day before, and then I cook the carcass to make turkey broth. And from that, I take the drippings from the bottom of my roasting pan to mix with the turkey broth and make gravy. And I do that the day before, and it goes into the refrigerator. So it just has to be heated up because you don't want lumps in your gravy. So you need time to play with it. I have a bowl for my green beans. I have a tray that was my mama's for our eggs. It's white milk glass with a little gold trim around it. Uh, let's see, what else do I have here? I've got some extra cards. Dressing, rolls. This has helped me remember it. Get everything out of the freezer. Sweet potatoes, turkey. I have a turkey platter that was Robert's aunt, and we get that out. Cranberry salad. That usually stays in the pan it's brought in because I don't usually make that. But I have a beautiful dish for my broccoli salad. Mashed potatoes are in a souffle, straight-sided thing, and they rise up and they look beautiful. And then I have a corn bowl. And since it's Granny's, I usually use the bowl that was her mother's. So it's full of traditions. Food is all about traditions and the things we like to like for our family. Your family, there's certain things they like. And if you don't know what those things are, you're just going to somebody's going to feel left out. So ask your family what their favorite dishes are at Thanksgiving and get those on the list, y'all. I can't reach that far right now. So don't put off planning for Thanksgiving. That's why I did this show today. Let's talk turkey. Well, let's talk Thanksgiving because you deserve to enjoy Thanksgiving dinner just like anybody else. Just like everybody else. You don't need to be worn out eating your Thanksgiving dinner. But when you do it my way, you're going to enjoy it. You are really going to you're going to really enjoy it. Somebody turns leftovers into turkey pot pie. How cool is that? I love it. So get some get get some pie crust in the house. I love the Pillsbury pie crust that you just let get room temperature and then you can make it. I think I even showed you how to do that. And I've showed you everything. It's all in that playlist. And they're not long videos. They're just short little videos that I put together and I did a voiceover on them telling you all about it. So I keep my holiday stuff in my control journal. Get your calendar out and start writing down what you're going to cook. Say maybe this week you want to make your green beans and your mashed potatoes. When you go to the grocery this week, make sure you get your green beans and 5 pounds or 10 pounds of Idaho potatoes. Cream cheese, or you can use cream cheese in them. Sour cream, you can do all of that. If you don't have sour cream, I use cream cheese. So get it on your calendar when you're going to do it. So take some time today to play with those Thanksgiving recipes. Get some of the ingredients on your grocery list. I think I just about have everything that we need to cook Thanksgiving dinner right now in the freezer and ready to go. We've even got a turkey. Yeah, I'm hungry too. I smacked my lips. Anyway, folks, y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Keep Conda in your prayers and keep her fly babies in your prayers. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to get your kitchen dirty, but it doesn't have to stay dirty long if you clean as you go. So put some dish towels out on the countertop. Get your drying rack out. If you don't have a drying rack, just lay out a dish towel. And before you know it, just wash things up and you're going to be reusing it occasionally. You can do it. You really can. So, folks, I love you all. Be good, kind, and sweet. Be good to yourself, kind to others, and allow the sweetness that is in your heart for the Lord. Show the world that you're a child of God, because one day you're going to have to tell your testimony and you will be bringing people to Christ. Yeah. We have to pray for those people that are against us. We have to pray for our enemies. Clean as you go. And if you have a small kitchen, it's even more important. But let's get our kitchens good and clean right now before we start cooking. Let's get things straightened up. That's what I've been doing. I'm getting our living room straight, and I've ordered this tall shelving unit that was real easy to put together. It just popped in place. And I've got all that done, and we're good to go. Just now is a fun time to get in there and start cooking. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. It's the weekend. So we'll do a little bit of crisis cleaning to get ready. And I'll be back on here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you later. Here. Get on in here. Let's see if I can find us a song. My hair is all the way up. I've pinned it all the way up because I'm cooking and I don't want to get, I just want I should put on a hairnet, but I'm not going to do that in my own house. Let's see. What kind of song are we going to play? Where's the music? Within these walls. Here we go. Come on, everybody.
Home is just a word, a fairy tale I'd heard that always kept me searching within these walls. Home is not the place of refuge and escape. Serenity surrounds me. A miracle is happening to me.
Can I do it?
I'm finally learning what a home can be. Within these walls, I have learned to fly, to take charge of my life and find the peace inside me. Within these walls, we love and work and play, finding joy along the way. Now I want to stay within these walls. Within these walls, my thoughts would pull me down. I wouldn't look around to see that love surrounds me. Within these walls, friends now gather here, and laughter fills the air. It's all that I was wanting. I've tried before to do it on my own. Now I found a way to make a home.
The perfect turkey.
In these walls, I have learned to fly, to take charge of my life and find the peace inside me.
Comes in a can.
Walls, we love and work and play, finding joy along the way. Now I want to stay within these walls. Within these walls, I have learned to fly, to take charge of my life and find the peace inside me. Within these walls, we love and work and play, finding joy along the way. Now I want to stay within these walls.
There you have it, y'all. Well, my turkey is in the oven. It's past its 30-minute mark, which means I have to turn. I just posted the YouTube video on Facebook for everybody. And this is the turkey that I will put on a pretty platter with a pretty garnish. And this is the perfect looking turkey, but mine looks better than this turkey. But hey, you got to have fun because I'm going to cut my turkey up this evening, put it in a roasting pan, and put a little broth in with it. And I am going to heat it up tomorrow. I was looking and I found my little old time control journal. And I have really had some fun with this. Cookbooks to write, children's books. What's next? Yeah. Music to fly by, iTunes, CD. I just had lots of ideas. Went nuts with this. Anyway, here you have it. My little control journal. Let me turn my lights on. I hadn't turned my lights on yet. There we go. So my turkey's in the oven. I just posted my roll dough recipe, and there's a link in the bottom of the the in the detail section of the YouTube video that you can just click the link and print it out, and you've got the recipe right there. My roll dough takes 10 cups of flour. 10 cups of flour. You could cut it in half if you want to, but I usually make pans of rolls, but then I also make cinnamon rolls and I make things for Christmas. I may cut it in half because it's all fun. It's all fun. And I just take my time and putter around and do things. And so the turkey, everything's been sanitized from the turkey. The turkey is cooking right now. I got the innards cooking, and I will cook some more. I'll cook the carcass all night long, and then I'll make gravy out of that. Sugar free cranberry sauce. Wow, I've never heard of such. Anyway, gluten free, sugar free. That's great. But once a year, you can eat Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner. Say a prayer for this podcaster I listen to, Nino Rodriguez. His uncle committed suicide. I think we need to go to the Lord's Word right now and read Psalms 46. I didn't read it yesterday. So let's go to Psalms 46 and get started. God is on our side. God, you're such a safe and powerful place to find refuge. You are a proven help in time of trouble, more than enough and always available whenever I need you. So we will never fear, even if every structure of support were to crumble away. We will not fear, even when the earth quakes and shakes, moving mountains and casting them into the sea. For the raging roar of stormy winds and the crashing waves cannot erode our faith in you. Oh, that's just wonderful. God has a constantly flowing river whose sparkling streams bring joy and delight to his people. His river flows right through the city of God Most High into the holy dwelling places. God is in the midst of his city, secure and never shaken. At daybreak, his help will be seen with the appearing of the dawn, when the nations are in uproar with their tottering kingdoms. God simply raises his voice, and the earth begins to disintegrate before him. Disintegrate before him. Where he comes, the commander, the Almighty Lord of angel armies, is on our side. The God of Jacob fights for us. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, look, come and see the breathtaking wonders of our God, for he brings forth ruin and revival. He's the one who makes conflicts end throughout the earth, breaking and burning every weapon of war. Surrender your anxiety, be still, and realize that I am God. I am God above all nations. And I will exalt throughout the whole earth. I am exalted throughout the whole earth. Here he stands, the commander, the mighty Lord of angel armies is on our side. The God of Jacob fights for us. That's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. So let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, we thank you for all the many wonderful blessings you give us. Thank you for the laughter that we get to have by having a blow up turkey. Thank you for the pace of slow and steady that keeps me going and helps me to get things done. Thank you for not allowing me to get in a hurry, because hurry only hurts us and makes us anxious. Thank you for all the love that you've given us, for sending your son to die for us. Please be with uh, Mr. Rodriguez and his family in this time of terrible tragedy in his life. It was his favorite uncle. Thank you, Lord, for everything. Please be with Mike Morales as he fights. And I know he is cured, Lord. I know with the faith of a mustard seed that he is cured. Thank you, Lord, for everything that you do for us. Thank you for the food we're going to put on the table tonight and tomorrow. Thank you for our families that love us. Thank you for our conviction to stand with you, Lord, because I am with you, Lord. If you're with me, who can be against me? Thank you, Lord, for everything. All these things we ask in your son's holy name, and thank you for sending him to die for our sins. These things we ask in his name, Jesus. Amen. So, folks, the legions of evil are out there. They're fighting for us. They're fighting to take us away from God. And we've got to stand strong with our God. We've got to stand strong. We've got to be ready to preach the gospel to anybody that asks us what's going on. We have to be ready, folks. So don't allow the chaos to pull you away. I mean, I was really impressed with Nino a while ago. He said, I almost didn't do a show. And he said, but I needed to do a show so that I wouldn't just have this anger pent up inside me. And so he did a show. Now that's his show's not for everybody, because he says some ugly words sometimes. He tries not to, but he's almost 2 years sober, and I've been so proud of him. So keep him strong. His I don't know if it was his dad's brother or his mother's brother. I don't have a clue, but it was his favorite uncle. And y'all, we just have to just carry on. I'm going to end the show with this. Got to go make my rolls, but life is for the living. Be with the Patriot Nurse too.
I looked down and saw he had a smile upon his face. Even on this sad occasion, it was perfectly in place. He was my favorite uncle, everybody's friend, and I can still hear him say, right up till the end, life is for the living. If you're not embracing every moment, you're wasting precious time. If you're not loving somebody, you're really not alive. This ain't no dress rehearsal, our time down here on earth. Sometimes it takes somebody leaving to remind us what it's worth. and all the blessings we've been given. Life is for the living.
No arguing. Just love each other.
I loved a woman, at least I thought I did, till she just couldn't take what I just wouldn't give. Spend all my time working when I should have loved her more. I can still hear her say as she walked out the door, life is for the living. If you're not embracing every moment, you're wasting precious time. If you're not loving somebody, you're really not alive. This ain't no dress rehearsal, our time down here on earth. Sometimes it takes somebody leaving to remind us what it's worth, and all the blessings we've been given. Life is for the living. No, this ain't no dress rehearsal, our time down here on earth. Sometimes it takes somebody leaving to remind us what it's worth, and all the blessings we've been given. Life is for the living. Life is for the living.
I got something in my eye. Anyway, folks, y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Have fun in your kitchen. Enjoy your kitchen. It's the heart of your home. Pull out something to laugh at. I'm gonna put this on the table as a centerpiece. I have a family platter, Currier and Ives platter. It's English something. Anyway, it's beautiful. I'm gonna put it in a platter, set it on the table, make everybody laugh. It'll be surrounded by two candlesticks that Robert's father made, and we'll just enjoy. It's supposed to be really nice tomorrow, so we might even open the doors, let the wind blow through. Don't let people scare you. You know, there. A friend of mine last night said, you know, I'm not allowing anybody to come to Thanksgiving that isn't, the you know what. And he said, my brother hadn't gotten it yet. And I don't know why he hadn't gotten it, but he's got to be tested 24 hours before he comes. And I said, it's your home. You do what you want to do. It's your home. You do what you want to do. I am protected. I am protected by my Father in heaven. Everybody at my Thanksgiving table will be vaccinated but me. And I said the V word anyway. But it'll be okay. Somebody wants to know what's the order address on the computer for FlyLady. It's flylady.net. You can go to shop.flylady.net. HTTPS. I don't know how it goes, but it's shop.flylady.net. And you can either order by mail or you can order over the internet. But thank you for I am thankful for all of you who keep us in business, keep me doing what I do. Your love, your prayers. Oh, I have a praise report. Last night I was listening to Amanda Grace on Elijah Streams, and she had a word for somebody who was suffering with muscles seizing up on their legs, and I have been for the last couple of weeks, and I've been doing everything I knew to do to fix it. And she said, if you've been something, claim this right now. Put your hands up in the air and claim this healing right now. And I did. And I slept like a baby last night. My legs didn't wake me up, nothing. And I am fine today. So glory be to God. It was an amazing. They took it down from YouTube. I don't know why they took it down from YouTube, but it's on Elijah Streams on Rumble right now. If you want to go claim your healing. Anyway, folks, I love you all. Be good, kind, and sweet. And laugh. Laugh tomorrow. Laugh today. It is up to us to keep the laughter going and to keep praising the Lord, because if you're praising the Lord, the devil can't get into you, because that thing won't be around where there's praise going up to Jesus. So praise the Lord. Be good, kind, and sweet, and I'll see you. I might pop in tomorrow and show you my table and stuff. Anyway, I love you all. I'll see you after a while. As this one little broadcaster I watch at Adler Farms, Adler says, after a while, crocodile. He's so cute. Don't be weird, they say. Love you all. Bye. Oh, this is just a... Hold on. This is the one we can sing to. Fly. A list of things to do. I'm ready for action in my lace-up shoes. I'm no martyr, I'm just working smarter. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know I had those on here. That's cute. My voice isn't cute, but anyway. I'll be glad when my hair can really stay behind my ears without me spraying it to high heaven. Oh yeah, I had to run and get, thank goodness the mic wasn't on. I forgot my remote control, and I had to go get my remote control. And because yesterday, I noticed it had some little white crud back here. And Robert worked on it for me because one of the batteries had corroded. So he fixed it. It's nice to have a fix-it man around the house. Anyway, so today, everybody's getting in here. What day is today? Today is Wednesday. It is anti-procrastination day, but it's also the first day of the month. And you know what that means? We have a new habit. And our new habit for this month is making our bed. Now, I know many of you do not want to make your beds because you hadn't made your beds in a long, long time. And you think, why bother? I'm just going to get back in it. Well, let me tell you. When you start making your bed, you're going to be blown away about how good your bedroom looks. And your bedroom should be the cleanest room in the house. Last week, we were doing Zone 4, which is our bedrooms. Yesterday, we changed the sheets. So, let's get our bedrooms looking nice. Making that bed is the shiny sink of every room has its own shiny sink. And your made bed is the shiny sink in your bedroom. Your coffee table is the shiny sink in your living room. Your shiny sink in your kitchen is your shiny sink. So every room has its own little shiny sink. And when you take care of those things, everything is going to look wonderful. So we're not so much getting back to basics as we're doing FlyLady immersion class. Right now, we're home. We have no excuse, y'all. So the first thing I want you to do is get dressed to lace up shoes. Got it? Get dressed to lace up shoes. That starts your day on the right foot. Robert's sending me pictures. I went outside to take a picture of my triple trillium, and the dog sat on it. I was so not happy. Oh my. She wouldn't pay attention to me. She knew I was taking a picture, and she's trained by a cat, and so she sat down on my trillium, my triple trillium. And I was just so unhappy. But anyway, it'll perk back up in a little bit. My cardinal has been I've tried to get video of the cardinal this morning. It's a boy cardinal. It's a bright red cardinal. But let's talk about, right now we need to circle the wagons, and we're home, and let's take advantage of being home, because we don't usually get this kind of opportunity. You're listening to me. Look how many people are in here. We're hitting 400 right now, which is right at 4,000, I think. Now, if you have not shined your sink yet, after you get dressed to lace up shoes, I want you to go shine your sink. Yep. I am in this swish and swipe mode for my whole house right now. And guess what my swish and swipe tool is? It's a purple rag. I use a purple rag in my hot soapy water in my dishwater. And I am wiping down everything. I'm wiping down everything from my kitchen counters to my stove, my microwave, my stove knobs. All of everything's getting a swish and swipe. Big time. And then I'm cleaning off hot spots, and I'm swishing and swiping the hot spots with a rag. Because dust settles and all kinds of... I use my feather duster all the time, but sometimes you just need to get right into it. But keeping things wiped down, Justin did a video on how to sanitize your kitchen with purple rags, pink rags, silver rags, whatever you got. Sorry, y'all. I have a funny story to tell you. I'm going to get sidetracked here. Yesterday, I got a text message from my dentist office. And they said, we will be closed until April the 30th, April 29th or something like that. And I thought to myself, here I go thinking, what you think about, you bring about. I thought, well, now's not the time to lose a crown. And guess what happened last night at dinner? I lost a crown. And thank God you can't see it, because it's right here. Yeah, I lost the whole tooth practically. And the blessings that abound from this, the blessings abound, because I'm looking for the silver lining. The silver lining is this tooth has had a root canal on it. So it's not going to hurt me. It's just irritating that there's a hole there. And you just have to laugh. It's kind of like Scott Adams says, we're in a simulation. So I got the text message that said my dentist office is closed, and I have my dentist cell phone number. So I called him on his cell phone, because he's called me needing favors, and I called him needing a favor. And he said, I can meet you at the office. I said, Dempsey, it's no need. No need. We have been asked to, stay home, and I'm going to protect you, because if I start hurting, I'll let you know. But it's not going to hurt, because it has a root canal in it. Oh, my bird's back. Did y'all hear that? My bird's back. There it is in the window. Yep. It's coming to the window. Let's see if I can focus the... Let me see if I can... Did you see it? There he is. He's there. He's coming in, but the window kind of blows it out. He comes in right by St. Therese. That's just weird. I love it. There he's back again. He's really showing out today. That's a happy bird. He's really showing out. I just believe, God's listening to us. He knows we're all kind of having a rough time of it, but we can get some things done in our house. So here are the things, and I keep preaching on this every day, and I'm going to continue to preach on it. If we keep our laundry caught up, I don't know what's going on there. I can't see. There we go. If we keep our laundry caught up, if we do our dishes, if we get dinner in the crock pot ready to go, that frees us up the rest of the day to declutter and get some things done in the house. Angela saw him. Yay, 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 yay. Because the window kind of blows it out unless it's a rainy day like yesterday. But the main thing we got to do is take care of ourselves. If you don't take care of you, who will? So, drink your water. What's for dinner? Yep. I'm trying to come up with an acronym, kind of like Only Handle It Once, like the Ohio acronym, and I haven't done it yet. But let's make a list of these things and just put them on a note card. Put them on a bright, cheery note card, and let's make a list. So, get dressed is the first thing. Get dressed. Make your bed. Swish and swipe your bathroom. What's the next thing? Laundry. A load of laundry. Okay. Empty dishwasher. Shine your sink. And I keep a sink full of hot soapy water going all day long at this time that we need to keep everything sanitized. What's another thing? Oh, hot spots. Hot spots. So there you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 things. This is like a daily, weekly home blessing. 7 things. Get up and get dressed. Make your bed. Swish and swipe your bathroom. Bam. That part of the house is done. Grab a load of laundry. Put it in the washing machine. Empty your dishwasher. Get something in the crock pot for dinner. And shine your sink while you're in the kitchen. And then put out the hot spots. You know where those hot spots are. Your dining table, your island, your coffee table in your living room. See? If we'll do these 7 things every day, your house is going to be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So let's get these things done. So what's for dinner at your house? What's for dinner at your house? Knowing what's for dinner is going to make your day wonderful because you're going to feel at ease. Now you can have little things for lunch. You can fix the kids a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you can have something. You can have leftovers from last night. I loved planned leftovers. I've got some leftover chicken. And today is Wednesday. It's anti-procrastination day. So we're going to factor in our basic weekly plan. So Monday we do weekly home blessing, but we didn't do it Monday because I was out and about. So we did it on Tuesday. So you don't have to be a perfectionist about weekly home blessing. You do it when you can. I like to do it twice a week sometimes to recover from the weekend and to get ready for the weekend. But when you're staying home, the more you're home, the messier your house is going to get, unless you do a simple weekly home blessing and get things put away. So if you get something out, put it away. If you get it out, put it away. we've done inventory of our food in the house, and we're good to go. We may not like what we're eating, but guess what? We're not going to be stuck in some rut. So if you come up with 7 meals, and Leanne can help you. 7 meals. And she's got her dinner answers for $7 for a month. $7 a month. Guess what? Since you're not going to Starbucks, you got $7. I guarantee you got $7. And this can help you plan those 7 meals. And if you have 7 meals, you're going to feel at ease. Yeah, you're going to feel good about what you're cooking. And that's just what you have to do every week, these same 7 meals. I saw a recipe for the tater tot casserole the other night on Facebook, and I almost gagged, y'all. It had mustard in it, and I just couldn't even imagine. But anyway, I digress. But we have potatoes. We have onions. Leanne said, Marla, I'm getting low of onions. And I said, I got 2.5 bags of onions, Leanne. You can come and get some onions. And she'll keep her distance, and I'll, we're going to share. We miss each other. We always had dinner together every Wednesday night. We miss each other. So we spent an hour on the phone yesterday while we cooked dinner. And she made lasagna and I made carbonara. And we don't eat pasta. So, here's the deal. If you want to make a tater tot casserole, grate up your own potatoes. Don't use tater tots. Use your own potatoes. Yeah. So, Leanne's needing onions. I got onions. And we're going to keep our social distancing. We'll be fine. We won't be hugging each other. And it'll be fine. It'll be just fine. Yep, she misses me too. So if we can get dinner going and dress to lace up shoes, not jammy mode. Nope. It's not pajama casual anymore. It's get dressed to lace up shoes. We have stuff to do. We have stuff to do. So, grated cauliflower. Wow, that's interesting. Making a tater tot casserole with grated cauliflower. That's interesting. You could put any vegetable in it. We have a favorite restaurant here, the Fish Camp, and they do a cabbage casserole. Who ate the pasta? I ate pasta last night. Yep. Leanne ate pasta last night because she made you a lasagna yesterday, and I laughed till I hurt watching her do this lasagna. Because she's lathering on the ricotta cheese. And she's just having so much fun putting together this. And she made a small lasagna. I don't know how to make small lasagnas. I make big lasagnas. And one time I made 8 lasagnas and put them in the freezer to take to friends when they needed something. So folks, we can get this done. Get dinner on the table, get our laundry going, get the machines going. Leanne calls them indentured servants. Get the machines going. A lot of you have bread machines. Get them going. Get them going. Empty your dishwasher. If you've got dishes, if your kitchen is a mess, start running your dishwasher. Start running your dishwasher. And you're going to be blown away about how good your kitchen's going to look and smell and get things going. Now, I have made lasagnas with Italian sausage instead of hamburger sauce. Hamburger spaghetti sauce. But the main thing you got to do is get going. Here it is noon, almost noon on the East Coast, and it's time to start thinking about dinner. So get your dishes done, get your laundry going, and keep keep this going every day. If you do your dishes and your laundry and clear out your hot spots, your house is going to be fine. It's going to look great. And then you have time to play and help educate your children because they're having to do homework. They're not playing. They're not on vacation and you're not on vacation. You have a job to do. You got the most important job in the world, and that's to educate your little children. If you're retired and you don't have any children at home, your job is to get your home ready for this to be over with so we can have a party. Let's plan for a party. Let's plan for a party. We can get through this, and we can get through it and have some fun. And I got to thinking yesterday, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem. I got lots of cabbage too, Leanne. I don't need any more cabbage. I got 2 heads. Because I'm going to make some stir-fried cabbage with bacon. But I got to thinking about what the problem is. And it's because we live in a just-in-time inventory world. Everything from your home to your favorite business to your state, your county, all of it is a just-in-time inventory. So here's how it works. With a just-in-time inventory, you only have enough stuff in the house to get you through the week or through a month. But many years ago, I adopted a philosophy that I would keep on hand 2 items of the things that are in my perpetual pantry. Now, Leanne can talk to you about your perpetual pantry. But in 2000, I decided I would always have enough on hand. I would have for two items. So when I used one item, that would go on the grocery list. And when I would use the oldest one in my pantry, and then first in, first out, that's the rule. But when we live in a just-in-time inventory, we don't have backups. So when there is a problem with the supply chain, which has been the problem with our supply chain, when 2 big ships from China get turned around with all of our protection devices for our hospitals, and they go back to China to save them from this virus, you know what? We're stuck. So we've got to build our own supply chain within the boundaries of our country. And if you're in another country, then you got to build them in your country too. We've got to make the things we use. Thank goodness we make toilet paper here, because we have reserves of national forests. That's why we have national forests. Did you know that toilet paper comes from trees? Yes, it does. It comes from trees. It's a byproduct of the lumber industry. The chips. Guess who used to be in the lumber industry? Yep, I ran a sawmill, and we sold trailer truckloads of wood chips to make toilet paper. So we make toilet paper in this country. That's a wonderful thing. We're not going to run out of toilet paper because trees are a renewable resource. Yes, they are. I have a forest, 10 acres of forest. We can heat our home if we have to with the trees. Anyway, folks. Yep, I always keep 2 cases of toilet paper on the shelves in the basement. Now, a lot of people are wondering, how can I store stuff like that? If you live in a big city and you have a small apartment, You don't have a lot of room to store things. Sorry, I got strangled a while ago. Let me get a drink of water. Okay. So, yeah, I've done a lot of things. I worked in a furniture store. I did their books, but I also cleaned air conditioners and fixed vacuum cleaners. I've done a lot of things, but everything I've ever done has prepared me for this moment in time, for such a time as this. Yep, I used that quote this morning. It's from the Bible. I don't know where it comes from. Somebody can tell me. For such a time as this. I think it's Esther something. I've done a lot of things, and I've been good at a lot of things. As Scott Adams says, I have this talent stack. I kept books. That's what I went to school for. In fact, it was my bookkeeper that recommended me for the job that I got with her dad. Yep. I kept books. I worked on things because I like to tinker. What else did I do? When I moved to North Carolina, I used to teach fly fishing. That's how I got my nickname. I used to teach fly fishing. But before that, I ran a sawmill. When my boss died, we closed down his company, and I went to work the next day for this sawmill. Yep. I went to work for this sawmill. And there was 40 men working there. I kept the books. I was also the manager. I did a lot of things. And we made pallets for businesses to ship products on. And then when I moved to North Carolina, I worked at Kmart. It wasn't the greatest job, but I needed a job, and I knew I was a geek back then too. So I liked electronics, and I worked in the electronics part of the Kmart store, and had to deal with a bad person who was my manager, and he was hateful, and he took great opportunity to belittle me because I wasn't a little person. He liked the little skinny girls, but he didn't like the big girls. So, and then I went to work at Earthshine Mountain Lodge, helping teach kids about nature and hiking and the outdoors. Right up my alley. And then I met Robert, and I started volunteering at our Republican headquarters. And then I realized that our county commissioner was going to get elected to the North Carolina House of Representatives. I said, honey, I think I want to put my name in for that. So Robert ran the campaign for me, told me what to do. And I got nominated to replace her because of toilet paper, y'all. Because of toilet paper. Our congressman's wife was one of our precinct chairs, and she said, well, what do you think about the lumber industry? They had a lot of trees, and they harvest a lot of trees. And I said, well, I think every tree hugger should go without toilet paper for a month. And she just died laughing. And so she nominated me, and I told her about my stint as being a manager for a year of a sawmill. And it was funny. So trees are a renewable resource. They live to be about 80 to 100 years old, and then you harvest them. And they come back. It all comes back to toilet paper. So somebody said they're a tree hugger. I'm a tree hugger, but I get your point. We're all kind of might have to go without toilet. Maybe we're going to come up with a new way to clean our bottoms, So It's all good. It's all good. And so then I got nominated to be a county commissioner. I served 6 years. 2 years of being nominated in a 4-year term. I got elected. And then I got unelected by 27 votes in a primary. So always go vote. Go vote, because small voting times really make for skewed elections. And so I was a county commissioner, and FlyLady started while I was a county commissioner. It started because I was a county commissioner. And I needed to get organized, just like you're trying to get organized right now. And it was an amazing process. When we hit 30,000 members, my county manager already said, you know, Marla, you got more members in your group than we have in our county. And now we're over 1 million if you look at all the numbers, and I can't even keep up with it. I can't even keep up with it. So for such a time as this, God trained me in lots of things. Budgets, big numbers don't scare me. Big numbers do not scare me, because I dealt with a huge budget in this county. We can get through this. I like numbers. I was part of the emergency management team. I know our county is in good hands right now. And I know this state is in good hands. And I know this country is in good hands, because I'm watching the press conferences every day. We can do this, folks. We can get through this, and we're all honing our skills. Now, if we can get rid of the clutter in our house, we're going to have storage spaces. Yeah. Let's get rid of those coats that we don't wear anymore and make some space in our closet, our coat closets. Leanne and I were talking about this yesterday. I used to can. I've grown a garden. What is a commissioner? Each county has people who govern. They're the executive board for the county. And so there were 5 commissioners in my county. There's still 5 commissioners. And we still have one lady on the board of commissioners. But I served 6 years, and I did my time for my community. I did it because my house was in order. Yeah, my house was in order. And it was because I was going to be a commissioner that I got my house in order, because I didn't want anybody to find out my dirty little secret that I couldn't keep house. But now I can keep house because I do these things. I get dressed to lace up shoes every day. I make my bed. I swish and swipe my bathroom. I do a load of laundry every day. I empty the dishwasher every day. I shine my sink and fill it with hot soapy water and wipe down things right now. And I clear off hot spots. This is what makes my house work. It's 7 things, y'all. 7 things. You can do one every hour, and your house is going to look good. Your home. You have no excuse right now. So turn off the TV. Turn off the Netflix. Turn off your phone if you have to. But let's get these things done, and then use the TV and Netflix as a reward for getting these things done. If you've got children at home, you got to get them going with their lessons. Yep. You got to get them going with their lessons, because you can't let them lose a year of their life to this virus. You can't do it. So, folks, it's allergy season. Pollen is everywhere. And if you don't dust, you're going to get a sinus infection. So let's get our homes dusted. So grab a purple rag or a feather duster, and let's get some things dusted today. I'm going to clean out my refrigerator. It's Wednesday. It's clean out your refrigerator day. I'm going to clean out and organize my refrigerator, and then I'll see what I've got to cook. Yes, we ship all over the world. We do this thing. We ship all over the world. We have a permit to ship all over the world. Our feather dusters, yep. It's a wildlife permit. So here's the list. Get dressed to lace up shoes, make your bed, swish and swipe, do a load of laundry, empty your dishwasher, shine your sink, and wipe down your surfaces and clear off your hot spots. You do these things every day, you're flying. And your house is going to look good. It's going to smell good because you're going to put something with your kitchen clean. You don't mind cooking. So let's get dinner on. Let's do it. Now, when it comes to feather dusters, you remember the song, you don't pull on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger. That was from the 70s, I'm telling you. I can't remember the name of the song. But when you take your duster outside, if you have allergies, you need to wrap up with a scarf and put it all over your head and eyes. And then go outside and don't face the wind so the dust is going to blow back. Turn your back to the wind and stretch your arm out as far as you can get it and shake the dust and turn your head away. Got it? This is going to keep the pollen from getting in you. You don't mess around with Jim. Oh, bad, Leroy Brown. Yep, y'all remember the song. So pull it up, listen to it, and feather dust to that song. Let's get the dust out of our houses. Let's do it. You're home, and let's get the houses in order, because we can have some fun. We can take care of ourselves. We can drink our vitamin C water. I'm gonna put on Leroy Brown as soon as I get off here, because I just want to hear the song. So let's do these 7 things and put dinner on the table. Yes, we're showing our age, but I don't care. I don't care. I'm happy to be 64 years old. I'm really happy. So let's feather dust our homes. Let's wipe down our flat surfaces, and let's get it done. Let's get it done. And be thankful for this day. And when you're washing your hands, and if you haven't watched Leanne's video she posted yesterday, go to savingdinner.com. I think I posted it too, of how you wash your hands. How you wash your hands. Let's get a system for washing your hands so you don't miss a single spot. Wash your wrist, tops of your hands, fingers. This person put black dye on their rubber gloves and washed their hands, and you could see right where they didn't get it clean. So folks, let's be safe. Let's take advantage of this time. Let's clear out some cubby holes so we can have an inventory in our house of the things we need. And you may need to put together a control journal so you can remember where you stash stuff. Ask me why I know. Yep. Life is good. Yeah, we got this terrible virus here, but you know what? We're smarter than a virus. Yeah, we are. And we can conquer this thing, and we can get through it, and the numbers are looking up for us. And if we have to stay hunkered in just a little bit longer to kill it dead, by golly, we can do it. And when we get through this, we're going to have houses where we can have more than a just-in-time inventory. We can have stuff the places we need it. And we can be prepared. We can be prepared. Yep. Let's get it done. I love you all. I'll talk to you at 3 o'clock this afternoon.